Hello? Oh, yeah, good. Right. It's good to see some people here. Good morning, everyone. Um, yeah. I'm happy you all can make it here this morning. Sorry for all the delay that we have to face this morning. But I think we can, now that everyone is here, we can start. Before we start, I think we will, go through the housekeeping first. So we were going to start at 11, but now I think it's already 18 past 9. We will start with some introduction about the RIPE Atlas, and then we will have a question and answer session, and then we will have a short break. Hopefully, we will be able to have some short break, and then we will have some demo about the RIPE Atlas. If you have any question on how to use RIPE Atlas further for your day-to-day work, you can ask during the demo session. All right, I'm here together with my colleague Vesna. Vesna, would you like to stand up? Maybe you would like to come forward and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Leah. Dobar dan. I'm Vesna, a community builder at RIPE NCC, and doing the second part of this talk together with Leah.
Thanks, Vesna. Yeah, my name is Leah Hestina. I'm part of the RIPE Atlas team. And hopefully today I'm going to share a story with you about a friend of mine who's using RIPE Atlas. And yeah, I'm mainly doing the RIPE Atlas Ambassador Program. RIPE Atlas Ambassador Program is a program that we have for people who believe in RIPE Atlas and they would like to help us in getting RIPE Atlas deployed around the world within their own community. And next to that, I do the RIPE Atlas sponsorship program. So yeah, I think we will start with a story of a friend of mine. So I have a friend, I'm originally from Indonesia, by the way. I'm sure you know Indonesia already. A big city, a big country in Southeast Asia. There are about 200 million people in Indonesia at the population. It's a large country. And most of the people, well, around 150 million people, they live in East Java. In Java. I'm from East Java. So this friend of mine, I call him Nanir, his name. Well, actually, it's a network engineer, a short of network engineer. So this friend of mine, he works for one of the e-commerce in Indonesia. And so in Indonesia, we have about, I don't know, around 5 or 6 largest e-commerce. And one of them called, the one he works with is called Bukalapak. So at Bukalapak, they were having a suspicion, like as an e-commerce, you want to make sure that the user experience of your customer is good, right? The user journey as well. And they have suspicion and also some complaints about that some users in some location can't reach their platform properly. So what they want to do, they want to know, they have some problem. They want to know where are these customers, right? And it's a very big company. Going back to Bukalapak again, it's a very big company. They process around 2 million transaction each day. So you can imagine how big it is. And they have around 100 million user. So what they want to do, they want to be able to know from all location or they want to know which location they have problem with. And not only that, not only the location, they also want to know which provider this customer that they have, that they have an issue with, or they have like high latency, for example. So they have these problems, two problems. They want to know where the location of this customer are, and also where the which provider this customer are having. So my friend, they would like to know some kind of system or platform that they can help them solve this problem that they have. So the requirements would be, first, it has to be from a trusted source, of course. It has to be within budget, and it has to be, of course, safe and secure. And above all, they want to know the latency, right? That's what they want to know. They want to know the latency, the location, and the route of, from the moment where their customer is, their customers are to their platform. So these requirements, he go to the world looking for a solution, and came across RIPE Atlas. So with the RIPE Atlas, the first requirement of this NIR for this e-commerce is that it has to be from a trusted source, right? So now I don't know, does any of you have heard about RIPE Atlas? Can you raise your hand? 2 people, 5 people. Do you use it on your day-to-day basis often? Not enough. Okay, good. So are you using it from the UI or from the API? Okay, cool. So it's good. Most of you haven't heard about RIPE Atlas before. So RIPE Atlas is a global active measurement platform that consists of thousands of vantage points. And this vantage point is, actually, it's a tiny device. Maybe I can show you here. So here's how it looks. This is version 4. This tiny device, it's hosted by volunteers around the world. So we work together with many local communities in order to deploy these probes within, mostly within end user network. And when a host get this probe and connect it to their network, these devices, they start running all kinds of measurement towards our root name servers. And so the goal of having this platform, this RIPE Atlas platform, is to have a view of internet reachability in the world. That's one of our, in our goal to provide good data so that we have a support, contribute to a bit more stable internet for the world, right? Okay, so they are hosted by volunteers, and the data that we collected, that the RIPE NCC collected, it's made publicly available. So anyone can get to this data via the UI, like him here, and also via the API. There are 3 ways to access the RIPE Atlas. So if you are a network, if you're a developer, for example, you can use RIPE Atlas data to build your own visualization in order to understand more or to monitor your own network, right? And more information is available in this URL, atlas.ripe.net. Yeah, so right now we have around 12,000 probe, and they're connected globally in the, in all kinds of, every corner in the world. There are around 169 countries right now. And we also have another type of RIPE Atlas, which is RIPE Atlas Anchor. RIPE Atlas Anchor is actually more or less the same as the probe that we have. It's just, it's much more powerful, and it has much more capacity, and you can use it to as a target to run HTTP measurement. Yes, on the right-hand side, you see this is the RIPE Atlas anchor, the white one. But we don't only have this device. At the moment, we also have the software probes and also the firmware, the VM anchor. So we already go through the, that RIPE Atlas is from a trusted source. It's from RIPE NCC. RIPE NCC, we are a non-profit organization. We're not commercialized, and the data that we provide is open for everyone. So yeah, we can tick that box out. And the second requirements, we go to the, it has to show the latency. It has to show the location, because that's what the near wants to know from, from their customer, right? They want to know the route where the problem lays. So with the RIPE Atlas, I already mentioned that there are 3 ways on accessing the RIPE Atlas. First is using the web interface. The second is by using the API. And the third one is using the CLI tool. So this is a visualization of the web interface. As you can see here it shows the probes that we have, which are installed around the world. And then these are the ASN of the probe, the network of these probes. We can show the IPv4 ASN, and we show the IPv6 ASN. And then we go here, it shows this where these probes are located, the country where these probes are located, and the timestamp. And then here you see the RTT of this measurement. So this is an example of a ping measurement. Here you can see the color code. So the more red and the longer it becomes, it means that the higher the latency. From here only, you can see, that, oh, RIPE Atlas is actually very useful. You can see with, with simple steps, you can already see the latency. And if there's anything, if, for example, your client shouldn't experience any delay more than 100 milliseconds, for example, hey, where, what to do, right? Where are the problems. And on the right-hand side, you see all the hops, how many hops it reached before your client reached your network. And then here, this is another visualization of the same measurement that this person take. So it shows the location of the probes. And then here, oh yeah, I was actually going to show a video. Let me see if I can show you. Bear with me. I have, let's see. So this is the visualization of the trace route. You see all the hops the probe is taking before it reaches the destination, which is here. So this is the visualization of trace route measurement. Okay, let me see if I can put it back there. Yeah, I already mentioned earlier about RIPE Atlas anchor. It's more robust, and it's a data center. It's mostly for data centers, and there's 2 possibilities. And the RIPE Atlas anchors is doing a full mesh ping and trace route measurement, which is scheduled between all the anchors. So if you host an anchor, for example, you don't have to do anything. It's doing all this measurement for you, and you have the result in front of you. So one thing I forgot to mention earlier is that for the RIPE Atlas probes and this platform, not only that the probe is doing this built-in measurement, the other thing is that what's special about the RIPE Atlas is that you, as the host or as the RIPE Atlas user, you can use the RIPE Atlas to measure your network from all these other networks, right? By running this measurement. Normally, you would be able to run the measurement from inside to outside, but this time it's from outside towards your own network. So here you see the type of measurement that it's running with a note for the HTTP measurement that it's only used for anchor as the target. All right, so the next one is the next requirements. We have the first requirement was from a trusted source. The second requirement of NANIR was from that it has to show the latency, the location, and the network. And now we come to the third requirement, which is it has to be safe and secure. So the RIPE Atlas, the RIPE Atlas platform, it's built in a way that the user, like any of you, when you use the platform, you will never go directly from the user to the probe host. So it always goes through via our RIPE Atlas controller, which make it safe. I mean, we do everything in order to make it safe and secure for you. But what we do as well is we conduct external independent review, security review. And the next one is going to be soon, I think. Right, Guy? It's going to be soon, right? So yeah. And now we come to the last requirement, which is it doesn't need to, it shouldn't break a bank, right? With the RIPE Atlas, as I mentioned earlier, RIPE NCC is a non-profit organization. So anyone can use the RIPE Atlas platform. You just need to have a user. You just need to have an account. And the way the RIPE Atlas platform works is that we work with a credit system. So whenever you host a probe, you will, and the probe is kept connected, you will start earning credits on a daily basis. So yeah, the longer you host the probe, the more credits you get, of course. And with those credits, you can run your own measurement. And this is an example of how much a measurement costs. Like one ping result costs 3 credits, and from one probe, you get 21,600 credits on a daily basis. And if you host an anchor, the credits is 10 times more than hosting a probe. So yeah, 216, right? 216,000. Anyway, yeah, we have this in place in order to avoid overload and to create a fair system for everyone, so that everyone can do the same thing, have the same right using the platform. And also, of course, to prevent any abuse. So there are so many ways to earn credits, not only by hosting a probe, but you can also be a RIPE NCC member. RIPE NCC member gets 1 million, can claim 1 million credit on a monthly basis. And also you can sponsor RIPE Atlas platform, because with the RIPE Atlas sponsor program, you will help us, keeping the probes free of charge, so that we can keep, distributing this probe free of charge to everyone. And that's what we've been doing. So now we go back to the story of NANIR. So when he used the RIPE Atlas to solve this problem, but on his way, when he started using the RIPE Atlas, he did see the location, the trace route, and it's safe and secure and stuff. Was his problem solved? Yes, and on the way to go there, he found out more issues like, you know, in Indonesia, most of the people are using a mobile network, and not all mobile network has probes. So what he did was, in the end he started a new project by putting probes with internet with various telecom provider, mobile telecom provider, and he put the telecom this SIM card with the probes close by to the GSM network, the GSM 3. That's what he did. And so yeah, the policy of their routing policy is adjusted, and new issue found, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, that's more or less what you can do with the RIPE Atlas, and that's also what you can do with the RIPE Atlas. So yeah, from here maybe you can go to atlas.ripe.net and then start running your measurement. And you can also measure packet loss on a suspected bad link, for example, testing Anycast deployment. I'm here with my colleague from RIPE Atlas team. I have Christopher Amin here later, and also Guy Meyer and Kasim Loan next to Vesna, of course. They will be here to give you demo if you want to know more in depth about the RIPE Atlas with the API or CLI tools. Stay here. You can sit with some of them, or one of them can give some demo on the screen. We're here for you. So now I wonder if you can scan this. So if you go, is it possible to, or is it too far to scan? I guess it's, can you scan? As I mentioned earlier, it's important to have a good coverage of RIPE Atlas, right? And that's where the ambassador program comes in, and that's where you can come in, because with your support, you can help us for the good of the internet community install these probes in your own network, because the better coverage we have, the better we will be able to serve the community, and it's also the better for all of you, to see the internet reachability within your region, within your country, or to monitor your own network. This slide is available online on RIPE 85 website, and if you go here, you can just change the country code. I think I can show here. And then you will be able to see in your country if there's any, ASN that we still need to cover. Do you have time? Yes. Okay, let me just quickly show you. Oh. Yeah. So this is an example of Malta. These are the top ASN in Malta. Is there anyone here from Malta, by the way? From Serbia? Local, Serbia. Okay, let's check Serbia. It's, what's the country code? RS, right? So this is the view of Serbia. I'm sure you recognize some of the ASN here. Is there any ASN here that you know or you are a client of? No? Yeah? So the green one, we have we have some coverage. I mean, they have around 32% of the population with this ASN, and we have 4 probes there. But this list is not. This list is good, but it can be better, of course. The thing is, like for example, if in this ASN there must be so many users, and just having 4 probes is actually not very representative, right? So you would like to have probes in every big city, for example, at least 2 or 3 in a big city with this ASN. So that's why here on this list, if you go to this list and go to your own country where you come from, and you can click here and apply for probes. And in the slides that I have, there's also no, not here, but you can go here and go to the QR code and check in your country. And right now, unfortunately, we don't have probes. We have some issue with the logistic. So, but you can still apply for probes. We have a new stock of probes in Amsterdam, and we will start shipping by the end of this week, I think. So hopefully you will all be able to help us, install this probe within your own network. Okay, let's go back to the, oh no, it's not this one. Okay. And now I think I will give the mic to Vesna to talk about the view into Serbia. Thank you, Vesna. Any question about what I was just mentioning? All clear?
I think you can go to any mic and just ask a question.
Evgeny, I have a question about what's your plan to implement monitoring of mobile networks? Like LTE, 5G now, 3G, depends. Maybe remember I was contacting you before about this. Basically, for now, to implement it, you need to buy expensive LTE router, then connect it to your probe with cable, which makes everything complex. If you make device which can put just SIM card inside and distribute to mobile operators, will be better.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. Good question. Yeah, at the moment, the RIPE Atlas is, set for not for mobile network, but what you can do is people put RIPE Atlas, install RIPE Atlas in mobile networks, and they tag it as a mobile, probe in mobile network. Vesna, you would like to add something?
I wanted to ask the name and affiliation so that we can. Could you say your name?
My name.
Evgeny, and I'd
Hi,
like.
Evgeny.
Finally,
I meet you.
I'd like to record this as a feature request.
Yes.
Officially coming from the community.
I can explain it because obviously 60% of population using just mobile telephone. Not all are technical. Some people don't have any computer nowadays. And I have a customer who have like 70% of mobile only customers. So, and for them, I mean, RIPE Atlas doesn't help much to understand what their problems are. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. Yeah, that's the, it's a known thing that especially in, not only here, but especially in Asia and Africa, mostly there everyone is using the mobile phone. But I will make a note on that as a feature request, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you. Any other question before Vesna talk about inside of Serbia? All right, Vesna? All right, it's yours.
So I wanted to use this opportunity to follow up on that question, that there are other things you could do. if you haven't already, it would be good if you post this request to one of the RIPE lists, either the Measurement Analysis and Tools, MAT working group, or the NCC Services working group, because adjusting Atlas for measuring the mobile networks would take a lot of investment from the membership money, and that would actually be good if other members would express like would they want this also. And the second thing is more like a hack, like what you could do today is not measure the end users, but you could put anchors or probes in the infrastructure of those mobile providers. That would give you some data, maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but at least you could do it now. Okay, so speaking about Serbia, since I'm local, let me see. Oh yeah, first we position this like local environment in the regional environment, the southeastern Europe. So you can see the distribution of probes in surrounding countries and where we have coverage and where we are still looking for coverage. So it looks okay. It could be better. So please, please, please install more probes, more software probes, more anchors in all of these countries in the Southeastern Europe region. The story about these kind of measurement networks is also a little bit difficult to say because they're only useful, well, they're mostly useful when there is problems. So it's not like a very positive story. So the biggest use case is like when there are disasters, and then you can see like what is the impact of the earthquake or the power outage or something like that on the network. When everything is working fine, you don't need RIPE Atlas, you don't need these visualizations, everything is green and things are fine. But to actually see the impact when the things go wrong and to be able to troubleshoot, that's when you need the measurement devices deployed, and you have to do that in advance. And then about Serbia, well, Leah was mentioning, yeah, you should have multiple probes in large cities, and you can actually see even from this map like where the large cities are in Serbia. And again, the concentration of both providers and the users in Belgrade. So it would be great if we would have more probes also deployed in Serbia. And then the other part of the story of Atlas, which is visible very vaguely there at the bottom of the screen, is that we have many, many more probes that are abandoned in our terminology. That means they're not working anymore. Than the active ones, because the RIPE Atlas project is more than 10 years old, and although we have now 12,000 active probes around the world, we have distributed at least 25,000, so half of them are gone. They are broken, they are lost, and that's normal with any technology. Like with everything, you will have like more dead things than alive things. The same is with the probes. Keeping the system up and keeping all these probes up and maintaining them, that is also a big part of the work. So not only deploying new ones, but actually keeping the old ones running. And this is also why we are asking you, if you did have a RIPE Atlas probe in the past, please find it and plug it in again. Talk to us, we can help you troubleshoot it, and it would be good to have it online again. Speaking of the ones that are missing, when I saw this slide, I was like, wait a minute, why are only 2 anchors in Serbia? There used to be one in Niš, but now, yeah, it's gone. So both of the anchors that we have in Serbia are in Belgrade. It would really be nice to have more like geographical diversity to see what's happening in the other parts of the country. But as Leah was saying, these anchors are really much more powerful. So if you have an opportunity to install like this large server, you can do the hardware anchor, or you can do the virtual anchor. and put it somewhere close to the core of your network. And when you do that, we schedule a lot of measurements from other anchors. It's some kind of mesh, not all of them, because now we have too many, but between like about 200 anchors, they all start measuring towards your anchor. And so you get all these measurements for free, and including very special ones, which are HTTP measurements. They are not allowed to schedule yourself. They're only allowed to schedule towards anchors. And so we do them automatically, and you can measure also towards any other anchor. Is there a person from this other company, Mainstream, in the room, the anchor host, the other anchor host? No? Oh, yes. No, you're the other anchor host. So we have more anchor hosts here, one from Bosnia. So Southeastern Europe region is represented. Any other anchor hosts? Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, because you provide a very stable target for other people to measure, and you provide measurements towards other anchors. So thank you for that. And again, the page that Leah was showing live, this is just a screenshot, and things have already changed. So Leah showed you 4 probes in the Telecom Serbia network. On this slide, there are only 3. So it's very dynamic. And we have prepared some other promotional material. Could you show the poster of one of those hexagons? So we have researched where do we want, like, the most wanted networks. And here are some of them, and we will put these around the venue later on, so you can go to do the treasure hunt and see if your network is like the most wanted, where we really would like to have a probe, because it's both not represented and it's covering a lot of users, a lot of population, so the gain would be the biggest. So Leah has prepared these materials. And on this page that you can find by querying the QR code, you can see where we would want to have more probes and why. So what else do we use this Atlas data for? Together with the routing information service, the other measurement service that we run, we collect the data and provide periodically country reports, or in this case, regional reports for Southeastern Europe. So we analyze the data that we collect from these measurement platforms and create both textual analysis and these beautiful visualizations that you can bring back to your regulators, politicians, or use to understand the technological situation in your country or in your region from our point of view. Another use case, let's say, or service that we provide based on the RIPE Atlas data, specifically anchors, is DNS-MON. So it's a platform for monitoring CCTLD reachability and stability. And so this is again the screenshot for Serbia, but there are many countries, and CCTLDs of many countries supported with this service. If your country is not among them, you can always approach us, and then we can make an agreement about this kind of monitoring service, which is valuable for all the users within your country, but also around the world. You can see what's happening with these very important DNS servers for the country code top level domains. Oh yeah, and then it's not on the slides, but if you would like to do that for the secondary level domains, we have another service within RIPE Atlas called Domain-MON. So then you can do the same visualization, the same measurements. You have to pay them with your own credits, let's say. But then you can monitor an important domain for your company, let's say, for your LIR. So I hope that both Leah and me have inspired you to want to take part and to become a host. Again, I'd like to see a show of hands. Do you already host a RIPE Atlas probe or software probe or an anchor? Can you raise your hand? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, half of you. Okay, for the other half and everybody watching online, we would love to give you a probe at this conference. However, they still didn't arrive. We're expecting the shipment, so maybe later in the week we will have them physically here. In the meantime, you can always just download the code and install the software probe. You can apply for the hardware probe, and then we will ship it to you from Holland. And of course, please reconnect the old probe if you have it. And for the anchors, it's a little bit more complex. You have to buy hardware, but then you get better benefits, or you have to know how to deal with these virtual machines and install the VM anchor. We used to give out a lot of probes to everybody who asked for them, and then most of them ended up in Germany. So now we don't do that anymore. So now we are a little bit more choosy. So if you do apply for a probe, we are going to check, like, do we actually gain a lot of useful measurements from putting your probe in that network, or are there already 100 probes in that network, in which case we don't need it. And also at the beginning, we used to do that like one by one, like people would ask for probe, we would ship it, and it was cumbersome. So then we came up with the ambassador system. And so if you are very active in your community and you really like RIPE Atlas, you can become a RIPE Atlas ambassador and then help us by doing like the local distribution. So then we will ship multiple probes to you, and then you can decide, because you know the local community better, you can decide who should get a probe. And also we don't get to be the bad guys. Then you have to say no to all those people because you only have like 6 probes and you can't give them willy-nilly. So what happens often is also that the ambassadors give the presentations in local languages, in local venues. And they also like can help the users hands-on, like if there are some problems. So if you would like to be an ambassador, we have like a support system for ambassadors by us and between ambassadors themselves. And so we can help you with the slides, with promotional materials, with t-shirts or posters or whatever you need, because you are helping us to reach those difficult parts of the world where we can either not really like promote this service enough, or the shipping is difficult from Holland, where we actually ship all those probes from. Any ambassadors already in the room? Can I see a show of hands? Who is a RIPE Atlas ambassador? Yes, thank you. Thank you for your service. So if you would like to do this, you can always email us, atlas@ripe.net, or you can find Leah or me or other RIPE NCC staff, and then they will point you in the right direction throughout this conference. And this is everything, except for a few more tips. So now it's feedback time. What did you get from all of this talk, or do you have any questions? And then we could have a short break and then come back for the demo. Was that the idea? Yeah. I don't see the time anymore. Any questions? Please go to the mic and then everybody will be able to hear you. Hi, James.
Hello, James Rice from Networks. A question, the anchor application process. It's not very transparent. It's more a case of like, you can apply online for to host a RIPE Atlas anchor, and then once your request is approved by the RIPE NCC, but with no information as to in what cases you would be approved and not be approved, it kind of puts me off this whole putting lots of effort into the process to have an opaque process. I don't know what the result's going to be from it.
Yes, so your question is, what are the criteria and where can they be found, and why don't you see them already? So I see it like as a user interface improvement. We could show them in an easier way. And the criteria themselves, they are kind of developed with the community. So Leah, do you want to say it, or shall I kind of remember? Yeah. So the criteria is more or less as for the probes, like if it would be useful for the larger community to have another anchor in Frankfurt, or like if you are hosting 6 anchors in your own network, we have to kind of negotiate the conditions, because one anchor in your network contributes to the internet more than it contributes to you. 6 anchors in your network contribute more to your company than to the broader community. So then we can maybe talk about the sponsorship or something like that, maybe reducing the measurements towards all of your anchors to be a bit different than the single anchor, stuff like that.
Okay, but is there some way this can be published so that
Yes.
I can have a reasonable expectation before
Yes.
I go and apply?
Yeah, that's a very good point, and we will make it easier accessible, these criteria. Thank you.
Yes. Oksana Prihodko, European Media Platform. Do you have special program for universities?
Do we have special program for universities? We used to have, at the time, there was a year when we sponsored about 10 anchors, and they would go mostly to not-for-profit educational organizations like universities and the parts of the world that are not so economically developed. I don't know if we still do that. Leah knows more about this.
Hi. We also give trainings about how to use the RIPE Atlas in universities. So you can always send us an email, and then we will, our training department sometimes give trainings at universities.
Yeah, thank you. And then there were like a special, yeah, there was special cooperation with other regional registries. So AFRINIC and APNIC would sponsor some RIPE Atlas anchors to be given to their own members. And yeah, that has been going on for a while. Yeah. It might happen again. And then there is also another important thing, which is sponsorship. So we at the, you did mention it, but another call. So we do accept money. Give us your monies, because then we will put it to good use. And that can be one of the conditions, like that if we get a lot of money, we could buy some extra anchors and give them to make another application for the sponsored anchors and so on. Yeah, another call, it was mentioned on one of the slides about the hackathons. So we used to have many more RIPE Atlas data hackathons, visualization tools and so on. But yeah, the COVID interfered. So if you would like to cooperate in that way, if you would like to co-organize a hackathon with us to go deeper into the features or to create some more open source tools together, talk to us again, and we can work on that. Thank you. Oh, we have more additions.
So this is kind of an address for Evgeny's question in the general sense. So we have a lot of requests for hardware probes, and so a lot of the focus is developing those. But just as maybe a point of inspiration for anyone who does want, I'll give a background. My name is Guy Mayer. I work with the RIPE Atlas team. I'm a programmer and also work on the UI. And so we have a lot of the stuff that we develop is free and on GitHub. So if you have an inspiration of something that you want to measure, we have a software pro package that allows you to install these measurements really anywhere that you want. But then on a layer below, you actually have this, the measurement code itself, that you can take it and actually compile it for whatever platform you'd like. It's open, it's on GitHub. So if you have an inspiration of where it is that you want to kind of put this, you can actually go ahead and look at the raw code yourself and then find a place for it as well. And I guess maybe another point of inspiration is to love software probes. Anything that we do in terms of hardware probes or the anchors is actually based on the concept of a software probe. So what we do is we take the measurement code, we create it into a software probe, and then we put it in different places. So the idea of where we can actually put in a 5G probe is kind of finding the right hardware and then working towards that, right? I'm also here if you have any questions afterwards. Okay.
Yeah. So let's have a break, and then you can come back in 10 minutes, and we will be hanging around here. So depending on the interest, we might do a demo on the screen, or we might just do several demos here behind several laptops based on what you would want to see. So thank you very much, and see you later. switch me on. Could you? Ah, hello. Hi, we are going to do a little demo because we got an interesting question. The question was, how can you use publicly available RIPE Atlas data without having to log in or to spend any credits? And I figured it out. So yeah, James was asking this. Let's get my laptop connected. So yeah, so the use case is there is a problem between Singapore and UK, and how can you troubleshoot it? What our preferred way is you log in, you are somehow you got into possession of some credits, so you have an account, and you have earned those credits by being a member or in some other way, and then you create your own measurement. Now, you don't have to do that. You can also just use the publicly available data, and by the time that my laptop wakes up, I'm just going to talk about it. So you go to atlas.ripe.net, and then you go, so you can follow on your own laptop if you want. Yeah. You go to atlas.ripe.net and you go to probes and anchors, and there you choose the location of the anchor. There is a list, you can type in the city and then it filters, and well, I just did it. So Singapore has like many anchors. Okay, my laptop is very slow. So you go to atlas.ripe.net, you go to probes and anchors, you choose your city or country, then you click on a specific anchor. Then when you choose one of those anchors that are in Singapore, you will be shown a lot of data about that specific machine, like where they are, what are all the measurements running on it and towards it and so on. And then you go to something called UDM, user defined measurements. Now this is all like very frozen. So you go to UDMs. James, are you following? No, don't follow on the screen because the screen is frozen. You see, like my laptop is very old. And did you get to UDMs? No. Ah, here, maybe something is happening. Yes. So probes and anchors. Let's do it together. So you go to probes and anchors, you choose an anchor in a city or a country that interests you. And then you choose another city or country where the measurements are coming from. In your case, UK. That was your use case. And once you do that, you can choose between, well, there is a built-in measurements and there are user-defined measurements. Here is the list of all almost 900 anchors. So for example, here I have chosen Singapore, and then there's many. So let's say there was Wikimedia, oh here, Wikimedia Foundation. So I click on their anchor. takes a while. And so there is different types of measurements running there. So here is the general information about the anchor and their connectivity and whatnot. But what is interesting here is like all the user-defined measurements. And so the measurement type, you can see based on this icon. So the first one is trace route. And so between Zendesk, no, first we want to find the UK ones. So you type in UK, oh here, UK London, that's another anchor. So here are the other ones. So you can see like the country, the city, and then the AS number. And well, it's all kind of, for you, it is probably clear. Manchester, London, whatever. And then the type of measurement, so HTTP or ping or traceroute. And once you click on a specific measurement, you get a lot of information. So the latest results, the actual results. So then again, you get it here like color coded, and then you can click on a specific measurement itself, or you get the latency mon, which is like a really powerful visualization where a default just choose some random trace routes, random probes, which gives you this visualization, but then you can here use these commands to select specific probes that you want to compare, specific, like all kinds of criteria, the time and the subtype of the measurement, whatever. And then there is the tracemon, the one that Leah was also showing. That's another visualization. It is like a tree. So it shows you like where are all these trace routes coming from and going to, and then again you can like select the specific one that you go deep into. And this is in one way between Singapore and London, and if you're looking for the other way, then you just have to do like the search for the anchor in London and then find these measurements from Singapore. And then there is IP map, yet another visualization. And at the end, you can also just download all the results and do your own analysis. So the data is in JSON. There are tools on our GitHub written both by us and by the community. Okay, this is a bit slow, so I'll just go back to latency mon. This is all very powerful, but it does have a learning curve. There are a lot of articles on RIPE Labs describing like how exactly latency mon works, what are all the parameters you can choose. There is a lot of documentation also on our website. So does this answer some of your questions, James? Thank you. Okay, somebody else. What else would you like to see? So all of this is without me being logged in. Like this is all other people's measurements. And in that way, they're not like maybe completely customized to what you are looking for, but they're already there and also have been running for a long time. When you are logged in, you can create your own measurement, like we call them one-off. So like at this specific moment, you can run like a measurement from 500 probe to a specific target. It's a ping and it just happens. And so that's it. And then, or trace route, and then you get all these visualizations also. Or you can create your own periodic measurement that then will run for the next week, and then you will get all the results only in a week. Of course, also in the meantime, but yeah. For that, you do have to have an account and somehow to get the credits. if you are a member of the RIPE NCC, you are receiving these credits every month anyway. And if you don't have them and you would like to play around, you can always ask us. If you need a lot, then we will, yeah, point you in the direction of like how can you get a lot. Usually it's for some kind of research project, and then other people on the mailing list, they are very happy to share their credits with you. The mailing list is called ripe-atlas@ripe.net. It's the mailing list for the very active RIPE Atlas users. There you can ask questions to the community. We also have a forum, .ripe.net, for the people who have been born after the mailing lists have been invented. Oof. I'm having the light shining. Yeah, thank you. Chris, do you want to do another demo, or you're fine? Would you do it with your laptop or with my laptop? Good. Any other questions for me? Otherwise, Chris will do another demo. Okay, then thank you. James, you fine? Wait. No? Where are they? Where are they? That's weird. Okay, I'll get to help you out there.
Okay, so I can show a couple of really simple examples of just logging in and actually using your own credits to start a measurement. Yeah, nothing too complicated. So first of all, I'll start on the UI on the website. So if you're on atlas.ripe.net, you can see I'm logged in. I have a face. If you choose measurements, then you have this nice green button to create a measurement. And what you're presented with is this form with different measurement types. So they're mostly self-explanatory. Let's just, as an example, do a trace route measurement. We can use this. Yeah, you have the option to set up a recurring measurement, which basically will run every X seconds. There should be somewhere instead to say one-off. So in this case, I'm just going to do a one-off. So basically, it's asking whichever probes are in this selection, which in this case, I've said, just give me 10 random probes. They will perform this, in this case, trace route once, and the results will be stored, and then the measurement is consigned to history. But the results are always available. So I've created the measurement. You can already go to the web page for the measurement. This is essentially now the same that you saw that Vesna showed, except this is just being created. So the results are not yet available. They may or may not start appearing now. Yeah, so if you refresh a couple of times, you'll see the actual responses from, again, these were random probes. And if you, in the form before, there were many more ways of choosing probes. You can choose by country and region and network and so on. So yeah, this just gives you kind of a really quick way to measure something that you're interested in. So a potentially even quicker way, depending on how you are used to working, would be to use the CLI tools. And by the way, both the website and the CLI and pretty much everything which creates measurements, behind the scenes, it's using the REST API. So I won't go into that right now, but just know there is a REST API. So if you want to integrate using anything else, you can always use the REST API, and that's documented in the RIPE Atlas documentation. So here on the left, you've got the resources and tools. So one of the tools is this thing called, well, it was called Magellan, but it's the RIPE Atlas tools, which are the command line tools. There's a nice GitHub page, and you can basically install a command line program, which is written in Python, which will perform measurements on your behalf and display the results in a way which is more familiar for like network operators or anybody who's used to working on the terminal. So if I kind of come up with a slightly contrived example here, I can actually do exactly the same measurement which I just did on the web interface. So again, this is kind of all defaults. It's going to create a one-off measurement. So it's going to tell a bunch of random probes to perform a trace route to the destination which I've given. Don't know if that's big enough. I guess it is. So you can see it's already created it. This is exactly the same page that we saw before, which would give you the website. It connects to the RIPE Atlas stream. So that's also an API which is available, and you can find information about that in the documentation. That's where you can get results as they come in sort of near real time. And the command line program takes the results as they're delivered from the stream and renders them in a kind of more or less familiar traceroute format. And there are kind of similar tools for each of the main measurement types. So I could do something like this. I don't know if that defaults to an A lookup. I guess it does. So it kind of comes up with these kind of answers, which are, it's kind of like you're running dig on the command line, except you get answers from all the different vantage points. And again, in the command line, you can, there are tons of options, so you can choose different probes from different regions, and most of the options which are available within the RIPE Atlas API are available in the command line, and there's also ways to specify the JSON directly if you already understand the API. So these are just a couple of ways of kind of using credits on a day-to-day basis, just when you have some kind of niggling network issue or something, and you just want to debug it, and perhaps you would normally run a ping from your machine or SSH somewhere and run a ping, but this is just a way to make it easy to do that from a bunch of locations at the same time. So yeah, hopefully maybe it makes it a bit real for some people, or a bit more concrete, like what you can do with RIPE Atlas. But also it's pretty simple. Any questions on any of that? Okay. Then, yeah. Should we, you want to show something? Okay, Guy will show something.
Just for your information, on Thursday, all the RIPE Atlas team will be here. So if you want to have some demo one-on-one, we are here from 11 until 4 on Thursday. And if you see us here, you can always talk to us, of course.
Okay, so my name is Guy Mayer. I work on RIPE Atlas. I introduced myself earlier. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about some of the research efforts and tooling that we try to provide as a synthesis to a lot of the data that we consume. So the network produces millions of data points really every day from a whole lot of different users and a whole lot of different networks. And so doing something useful with that data, allowing you guys to synthesize that data and get some insights from it, is actually really important. And even more so, it maybe even motivates some of you to do the same and look deeper into our data, and then also share some of the tools that you build for others in the network or in the community as a whole. And so Observable HQ is kind of a space online that a research team has worked hard in developing some useful tools, and so this is a work in progress to some of the tooling that might be useful in terms of analysis. But so this is an evolving list of things. So we have a handful of researchers that kind of actively build these tools, and this is a space that we've kind of allowed or I guess carved out to put some of these things. So I'm going to be talking about one of them in particular. And so if you guys want to follow along, it is, and maybe is this big enough? Let's see if I can make that bigger. observablehq.com /@RIPE-NCC. And so if you guys want to take a look at the tools, that's over there. And so maybe you guys can also follow along in the coming months, weeks, years as these things kind of evolve into more and more concrete tooling. I'll just give you guys a second to take pictures from the back. Yeah, okay, cool. So this page here that we have, and I'll just make it a little bit larger. So this is a space that is for the NCC. We have a couple of different things that were developed here. And so when we kind of see this data, we don't really know which way it's going to go. We don't know how people are going to interpret it and what people will find useful. So we kind of take the things that we think are useful and we build toolings from them, right? One of the things that was actually very interesting to look at, and I'll talk about the tool in particular, is this one, the internet outages as seen by RIPE Atlas. And so what this does, this specific tool, allows you to select a set of probes. So we can go into it actually. Select a set of probes, select a focus. So specifically, what am I trying to analyze here? Or what is of interest. So in this case, I'm actually trying to focus on Amsterdam and this ASN and these country codes in particular, and this date range, and I can just press submit. And so this is a massive query. This is going into our data set and actually pulling out a whole massive load of uptime measurements that our probe measure towards this specific point of interest. And so you can filter it as you'd like. But the real interesting part is this, and I need to make it a bit smaller because it's just, there's a lot of data kind of going to be flying onto the screen. We get this uptime chart. And so as you can see, and just give it a second to load up, I guess we chose Amsterdam, which is probably not the best with all the probes because there's just so much data. So you guys give this some time to load, but what you can see, you have these lines that are going across. And so this is a bit too small, but every one of those lines is a probe that is checking the uptime towards that, is trying to ping that specific location, that ASN in particular. And so each one of those probes allows you to kind of have a visual representation of, can this particular probe ping that destination? And so you'll see that this chart will fill out very, very well because Amsterdam is a very reachable point. But what you can see, and so I'll hop into an article that our researcher wrote with regards to this. And so you guys can kind of put in your own inputs and your own focus points and take a look at that and see how reachable are your destinations from the whole set of probes that can come from all of the Netherlands and all of Belgium or Australia. But for example, there was an article that specifically talked about the Kazakhstan outage, and you can also actually see some of the internet going through the early struggles in Ukraine when the conflict began. So as the internet usage kind of fell, we actually see that using that tool. But as a basic example, if you have the query for Kazakhstan at that moment, you'll get something like this, where you'll see connectivity running, and then at a certain point, you'll all of a sudden see the connectivity drop because of the Kazakhstan outage. And for those of you that don't know what happened, there was a routing misconfiguration that forced the network to essentially be consumed by Kazakhstan and not leave the country. So if you were looking at that point from Kazakhstan out, you would all of a sudden not see the network essentially leave that country. So we would see that dip, and then you actually see when it came back. Same thing happened in Canada. Actually, a couple of months ago, Rogers Communications also had an outage. So the probes inside Canada we're not able to transmit out, and you can see that using this tool in a very visual representation. And so this is just one tool that our research team kind of put out there for the community as a whole. So you guys can feel free to explore the observable page. We also have maybe some tooling on GitHub as well that you can explore and kind of build your own. And if you do build your own, please send it to us, because we'd love to share it and make it, and maybe help develop it into something more stable that other people can use it internationally. Okay. Any questions particularly? Okay, thank you so much.
I just want to add a little bit comment on it, that we also have our RIPE Atlas data on Google BigQuery, and it's out there, so people who love to use SQL for analysis. And a lot of this tooling also, the data has been analyzed in the BigQuery environment. So if you're interested, do let me know. I can show you how to access that. And then, yeah, the BigQuery is super fast, and you get the results. And it's been in tables, so you can see ping, trace routes, DNS, all kinds of data sets over there. So it's also available. And if you're interested, please, yeah, come out to me, and I can help you move around in the environment. Thank you.
And if there's no question anymore, we will wrap up because after this session, there will be the newcomer session. If this is your first RIPE meeting, I highly recommend you to stay here, because it's very useful to be at the newcomer session. Thank you everyone for being here, and yeah, enjoy the meeting, and have a good day.
Good morning, everybody. I think this is on. Yes, you can hear me. This is an awkward room. Hello over there. And over here. And you're here in the middle. I remember we had one other RIPE meeting before where we had a really wide room. It's kind of hard for the speaker to address the audience, but yeah, it was so, yeah. Am I? Oh, tech team, Xavier. Apparently apparently the audio is really bad. There's an echo. People cannot understand me very well. Is there anything we can do about that? I will try to speak slowly in any case. I don't hear that here. I hear myself okay. Well, this is the newcomers session. I think many of you are newcomers. I see some familiar faces. Oh, I should continue speaking so we can see if it's improving. No, it's not improving. Oh, you can't hear me either. Okay. There's something wrong with the, oh, also now the stenographers don't hear me anymore. Something has changed for them. And this is the newcomer session for RIPE 85. I'm testing the audio. I hope you can fix that. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Test, test for the stenographers. Yes, you can hear me again. Is the echo better? Yeah, sounds better? Perfect. Great. This is the first session we're doing for this week, so it's great we're having some chance to test this. Well, welcome to RIPE 85 in Belgrade. Welcome to this newcomer session. Some of you might have participated in at the online newcomer session last week, or like 2 weeks ago, last week. That was organized by the RIPE NCC. So there will be some overlap in case you have participated, but this is of course great to see you here in person, and you also have a chance to ask questions. And so we'll have two parts of the presentation here. I will do the first one. My name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the chair of the RIPE community. And then the second part of the presentation will be done by Hans-Peter Holen, who is the managing director of the RIPE NCC. We'll tell you a little bit about the difference between those organizations. Yes, if this is your first RIPE meeting, then there are, the first one took place in '89, it's a long time ago, 85 meetings ago. We used to have 3 meetings a year, but now for a long time already, we're doing 2 meetings a year, which seems enough. Yeah, as I said, I'm Mirjam Kühne, I'm the chair for 2 years already. And before that, I worked at the RIPE NCC as a community builder, and also at other organizations, and at ISOC, for instance. And I've been kind of in this community for a long time, and I've done a lot of community building work, and also supporting the former RIPE chairs. And yeah, apparently my first RIPE meeting was RIPE 19, as it said here on the slides, which is a long time ago. That's my email address. If you want to find me during the week, you can send me a mail, but I also try to be available and hang around at the meet and greet desk as much as possible. I would really like to hear specifically from newcomers, because I mean, you're so valuable for us as a community. We need new people in the community, and I'm really interested to hear from you how you like it, what you're missing, what you're expecting, any topics you would like to bring up, and so forth. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me or to the RIPE Vice Chair, Neil O'Reilly, who is also here with us. He's here in the front, waving. His first RIPE meeting was RIPE 3, that's even longer time ago. And he has also been involved in this community for a long time. And he's been co-chairing a number of working groups in the RIPE community. And he's from Aalen, and he used to work there in the NREN, in the networking area there. And this is his email address if you want to reach out to him during the week. Talking about a long time ago, just kind of as a joke in here, this is an old machine. I've never used one of those. I had an Atari as my first computer, not one of those. But maybe more interesting, the one on the right is actually the European IP network at the time in Europe in early 90s. And you can't really read this, and you don't have to, but most of the network boxes there, as you see, most of the networks were academic networks at the time. And they were connecting, and we would have at the RIPE meetings, we would have like an update, like which new network was added to the internet, to the IP network in Europe. And that was quite exciting. And we would update and publish these maps. Somebody would take the task on to draw or produce these maps. And then at some point they became a bit too unwieldy and too complex, and we didn't do that anymore. But we had also an IP connectivity working group at the time, which was basically just updating the community on the growth of the network. There's already a little test for you in here. Do you know the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC? Hands? No hands? Oh, we have a lot of work to do there. Yeah, the oldies, they know that. Oh, but that's good. You know, if you don't know the difference, we're here to explain it to you, and that's always confusing, also for not newcomers. So we got a little bit into details there. Here's a summary, or like the two organizations side by side. So the RIPE community was formed in 1989 as an open community. Anybody can join, just like now. It's open to all, and it was formed to support the IP networking at the time, support internet coordination and technical coordination of networking. And it still does that today. So the main mission really is information exchange, technical coordination, and also policy development related to the scope of RIPE, for instance, IP address distribution, routing policies, database registrations, things like that. So that's the main mission of the RIPE community. But as you will see, there are many more working groups also with different topics here. Then on the other hand, we have the RIPE NCC, which was formed initially in 1992 as the secretariat for the RIPE community. And then quite quickly, it also became the internet, the regional internet registry, handing out IP addresses to networks here in this region. Because the networks in the region, and I showed you earlier, they were quite a small number at the time. But as a community, we had already trust in this secretariat in the RIPE NCC, and so we trusted the RIPE NCC also to perform that task. So the RIPE NCC was then quite quickly set up as a membership organization. Still today, it's supported and financially and it's administratively by the members, and it reports to the members, but it still has a huge task or function for this RIPE community as a secretariat. It's run by NCC staff. You will see many of the RIPE NCC staff here at this meeting, because they're supporting the RIPE meeting. And there's an executive board which is elected by the members, and it provides services to its members, but also to the community at large. And what's also interesting, and that's maybe confusing sometimes, is it takes the policies that are developed by this open RIPE community and implements them and basically makes their members to adhere to these policies. And Angela there will say a little bit more about policies later on. So the RIPE community, come back to that. There are 12 working groups at the moment. You see here all the topics, and maybe you have had the chance before the meeting to look on the website and see what's interesting for you, which ones of the working groups you would like to participate in. With the agenda, maybe look at the archives of the mailing lists, and make a choice of what you want to participate during the week. We still operate mostly on mailing lists, which might be a little surprising, especially for newcomers. But it was from the beginning, and maybe it still is today, a really good way to archive your communications and your decisions that you're making. And so there's a long archive. You can read all the mail archives from all the mailing lists throughout the years and find out what's been discussed in the past. And we're also experimenting with some other communication channels. You will hear more about this during the week. But as a first step, I would encourage you, if you haven't done so already, subscribe to the working group mailing list, but also to the RIPE list. That's the kind of overarching mailing list that we use to make announcements about any general RIPE activities, but also during the week, you will see a lot of mails here about what's going on in the meeting. Right, let's dive into a little bit more into the RIPE 85 meeting this week. So you'll see online, you'll see the meeting plan here on the slide. We don't have to go through everything, but roughly today and tomorrow will be plenary sessions, which are organized by the program committee. And then they're also elected by the community, and there's also plenary sessions on Friday. And then in between, like mostly Wednesday, Thursday, there will be working group sessions of all the working groups I just showed you. They are mostly in parallel, so you have to choose. There's one working group, the RIPE NCC services working group, which is not parallel with anything, because that's really a good link between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC. That's where the RIPE NCC staff reports back to the community, and where the community can give feedback to the RIPE NCC about the services, which is then followed by the RIPE NCC general meeting, which is then only open to RIPE NCC members. But you see that there's a really tight kind of link and relation between the two organizations. And there are also birds of a feather sessions on Monday, Tuesday in the afternoon and evening. If you don't know what that means, that's basically a bit more of an informal discussion. Somebody comes up with a topic, like birds of a feather. How was it go again? Flock together, that's where it comes from. You know, it's kind of people with the same interests come together discussing a topic. It's not a working group, it's not something formal. It's just to, to talk about something new, maybe. Yes, there are a number of ways you can participate here in the room, but we also have, since this is also a hybrid meeting again, I will probably have some people online on MeetEcho, so you can ask their questions directly at the microphone, but you can also use your online app, MeetEcho. I think we all have a little QR code here at the back of our badge. I don't know if this has been explained to you. That's basically to log into the online MeetEcho app if you wanted to use that. Yeah, there's a question and answer button online in the MeetEcho for the MeetEcho participants. It would be great if you can put in your affiliation so we know who you are. Also, when you come to the microphone in the room, please state your name and your affiliation so people online know who's speaking and who's at the microphone. And then we also provide in the MeetEcho a chat function, and then maybe something, even if you don't use the even if you're in the room, if you don't use the MeetEcho app to participate and ask questions, you can still use the chat maybe online. There might be a good way for people, or for you all, to get to know each other and see who else is there, and see what's being discussed kind of on the side. Can be a little distracting, but it's also fun sometimes. Oops. I think I missed one. Yes, and why would you do that? Well, why you're here, and why are we doing this, and why am I so happy to see so many of you here? And we really like you to engage at the meeting and speak up, and also use this opportunity to meet, the more experienced participants, if you will. There are a lot of people here with a lot of expertise and experience in networking. But on the other hand, we also like to hear from you, because we need to understand what issues are that you're that bring you here, and we'd like hopefully address those as well. So to come back to the program, this is the program committee at the moment. They are kind of around. There are a couple here. Wolfgang is here, sitting here right in front of me, program committee member. I don't know if there's anyone else in the room. They're mostly responsible for the plenary talks, so the one on Monday, Tuesday, and on Friday morning. And they are elected throughout the week. And there are also, I think, 2 seats available at this time. And you can elect them also. I don't know if I have a slide on that. Yes, so they're, as I said earlier, they're plenary and they're working groups, and the working groups are chaired by their working group chairs, and the plenary is content is chosen by the program committee members. Of course, they are relying on good content submissions. So I would like to encourage you also to consider maybe next time, submit something that you would like to present or discuss at the meeting. And yes, and what will also help both the working group chairs and the program committee is rating the talks. So there's a feature on the website that you can, rate the talks and leave a comment and say if you like the talk or if you have any improvement suggestions. And you can even win a prize when you do that. I'm just going to list a few sessions that are kind of in parallel, maybe not necessarily on the meeting plan. There's one session this evening for if you're a student or if you're from an academic network. There's a little reception organized. It's kind of running a little bit in parallel with other sessions, so you have to pick and choose. On Thursday afternoon, there is a session we're calling Diversity in Tech.
where it's kind of a bit of a, we've done this for a few meetings now, and the agenda is quite loose. So you can also bring your own ideas, and then we'd like to hear like if you have any ideas on how to increase diversity at the meetings and how you feel more included in the meetings, something that you probably will experience throughout the week. And then maybe on Thursday you can say, well, actually it would be really nice if you could also do, something else to include, so that you feel more included. I'd love to hear that. We also have, of course, the right code of conduct. Talking about diversity is really important for our community. And this is only a summary here on the slide. You should have registered or clicked a box when you registered. But in summary, we're here to work together as a community, and we want to respect each other and exchange, our ideas and our opinions, and tolerate each other, and without getting into fights, hopefully. There is a link to the code of conduct, but you've probably seen that when you registered. Should you experience something that you don't really like, or you think violates the code of conduct, or something you really feel uncomfortable with, there are 4 trusted contacts at the moment in the RIPE community. 3 of them are here. I don't know if you're all in the room. Vesna is here, Vesna Manojlovic. She's actually from Serbia, so she even speaks the local language, and maybe has some information about the city. There are Leah in the back and Salume in front. They're also here, and they will be around during the week, and will be recognizable, I don't know, by a little badge or a red t-shirt or something, but at least you've seen their faces now. Don't hesitate to go talk to them if anything bothers you. And you can, of course, always also come talk to me or to Neil if you have any questions or anything that concerns you. How to find each other, how to network with each other. We have a number of tools. The spatial chat is an online tool. Let me go back quickly. Spatial chat is an online tool that we've started experimenting with during the pandemic, and we're still using that mostly for those of you who are joining us online. And so there will always be some RIPE NCC staff and some other RIPE community members in there. If you want to hang out during the breaks there. We also provide a networking app that you can use on your phone or on your device that has all the meeting information, but also the attendees, and you can also arrange meetings with attendees through that app. This is all about, not only about working in technical, discussions, but it's of course also about socializing. That's why we're meeting in person. That's why I'm so happy we can meet again now for the second time after the pandemic. And so we organize a number of social events almost every day this time. And thanks to also the local hosts and the organizers, and we have a number of social events organized. I'm not going to read them all out. They're all on the website, and you can find the information there, and hopefully join us there and to meet other RIPE community members. Yeah, here the BOFs, I already mentioned that, the birds of a feather. There are 3, 1 today and 2 tomorrow afternoon. All of the topics I think are really interesting and very relevant to our community. So I definitely try to be at, well, most of them, well, not the 2 parallel ones I have to choose, but I'm sure they'll be interesting. And there's also there are also some online special events for social events for those of you who are joining us on Meet Echo. As I said, on spatial chat, we're doing some activity there, and then there will also be a virtual RIPE dinner again, which has become a bit of a tradition during the pandemic. So we're continuing to do that for you. And yeah, again, as I said earlier, we'd love to hear from you and love to get some feedback and some feedback from you, and hear about your experience during the meeting. You can follow us on Twitter and also ask us questions there, or there's also a survey online that you can use and fill in. In general, if you have any questions, there are a lot of support desks around here. I still also have to find my way around in the hotel, but there is the registration desk where you came in. That's usually staffed by a number of RIPE NCC staff, and they've been running a lot of RIPE meetings, so they know everything you need to know. There's also RIPE NCC support desk there. If you have any questions about RIPE NCC services, IP addresses, any tickets you might have, if you're a member of the RIPE NCC, you can go there. And if you have any technical problems with your network or your laptop, or you can't log in or something doesn't work, there's also a technical support team, I believe this way at the end of the hall, but you can also find them on, if you send a mail to opsmtg@ripe.net, like operations at meeting@ripe.net. Right, and I already mentioned the meet and greet desk. It's out there next to the registration desk. If you have any questions, you can also find staff there. For instance, Leah is also one of the meet and greet staff who I just introduced you as a trusted contact. And as I said, I'll also try to hang out there as much as possible so you can find me there. And I think this is the end of my part. I don't know if you have any questions at this stage. We also have some time at the end. I think we're quite good in time. Give you a minute to think if you want to ask a question. Is there anything going on MeTech, O'Neill? Nope. Well, maybe then we'll just dive into first into the other interesting organization, the RIPE NCC, and then we'll have some time at the end to for you to have more questions, hopefully.
Thank you, Mirjam, and welcome everybody to this RIPE meeting. It's the second one after the pandemic, so it's really great to meet in person again. So my name is Hans-Petter Holen. I'm the managing director of the RIPE NCC, which is set up as the secretariat for the RIPE community. It was set up by the RIPE community for the RIPE community. It's a membership organization. It's run by NCC staff, so we have around 170 full-time employees right now. We have an executive board elected by the members that directs me and oversees the organization. And we do implement the policies set by the community. So the RIPE NCC has developed some strategic objectives. We did that last year for the 5-year period. And it's first and foremost to support the open, inclusive, and engaged RIPE community. We were set up as the secretariat for the RIPE community. We're facilitating that for you. The second thing that we're doing is to operate a trusted, efficient, accurate, and resilient registry. That is RIPE NCC as the regional internet registry for Europe, Middle East, and Central Asia. Now, in addition to this, and we're not just a bookkeeper and just a registry, we're also enabling our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. And how do we do that? We do a lot of things like these events, but we also do measuring services and other things that I'll talk more about later on. And to do so, we need a stable organization with a robust governance structure, last but not least, engaged staff that can pull this all together. So the registry is what you may know as the RIPE database. You can look it up by WHOIS if you're into command line protocols, or you can use our website to search in the database to see who has registered different internet resources. We manage that in the internal registry where we allocate and manage internet number resources via the LIR portal. So internet number resources, that's IP addresses, V4 and V6, and ASNs, autonomous system numbers, AS numbers. We investigate hijacks and policy violations because even though internet is built on trust and we trust everybody to do the right thing to make the network work, that may have been so in the 70s and 80s. It's not so much so these days. So we're actually looking after this to see that people don't hijack resources and use them without having the right to do so. We support and facilitate the policy development process with the community. And also an important part of the registry is a new technology called RPKI, and I'll come back to that in a minute. So more than the registry, we provide information services. So we have RIPE Stat, which is kind of a looking glass, an interface into searching in data that we gather from the measurement network, RIPE Atlas, from the REIS, where we collect BGP routing updates. So you can have a look at what BGP routing looks right now, but also what it looked like yesterday or 3 days ago, or even further back. And we have an IP map that you can use to look at the infrastructure mapped on a sort of a traditional geographic map. We also operate KRoot, one of the root name servers in DNS. Normally we would say that we only do numbers, not names, but we actually operate part of the infrastructure for the names, the KRoot, which is one of the 13 root name servers. And we have more than 60 or 70 instances of that spread across the service region, across the whole world, to make it massively resilient. We also have reverse DNS zones. So when you have an IP address and want to know what the domain name, what points to that, you can look that up in the reverse DNS. And we also offer a secondary service, so that if you have domain names, large domain zone files that you need secondary service for, that's also part of our service offering to members. Now, RPKI. So how many of you knows what BGP is? Okay, so how many of you have actually configured BGP? Okay, good. How many of you know how to spoof BGP? Okay, good. How many of you know how to secure your BGP? Okay, so some of you. Okay, so RPKI is an infrastructure to secure the internet routing system. So if you look at the bottom there, your router, you would set up that the prefix that you have, some addresses, is announced by your AS number, right? And you announce that to the rest of the world. Now, how can somebody else verify that this is done by you, so you're not spoofing this? So at the top here, you can see that you can create an authorized statement for this prefix, and you sign that by a digital signature with using private public keys, and you publish that in a repository. So we both have an RPKI structure where we issue keys to you so you can sign, and through this trust of chain, everybody else can verify that it's signed by your key. But we also have a publication service, the RPKI repository, so that you can publish your signed objects there. No, you can also delegate this and have it signed up already. And if you want to know more about that, we have training courses in RPKI. There was just one this morning. This is one of our most important projects this year, not only on the technical side, but also making the community and the operators aware of this and starting to use it. So community and engagement. Well, you're all here at the RIPE meeting. We do 2 of these a year, but we also do regional events in Central Asia, in Middle East, and in Southeast Europe. We've done one in Slovenia earlier this year. We offer training courses, both in person, but also e-learning, and we do professional certifications, so you can take an exam and get a certificate afterwards. We do contribute to public policy and internet governance discussions, and you will see presentations about that later this week, for instance, in the cooperation working group, what we did at the ITU Plenipot, which ITU is the International Telecommunications Union, more than 150 years old, and they were used to doing telephony. These days, they're doing frequency coordinations and satellites and so on. But of course, they discuss internet matters, and we are there in order to make sure that whenever they discuss and decide on something, they have factual information and don't go off and do strange things, as you can imagine that governments and traditional telecommunications agencies and companies might do if they don't get proper education. So that's part of our outreach. Community is not only you engineers, but it's also governments in all our regions. We publish articles on RIPE Labs, so if you have something interesting to share with the community, you can of course present at the RIPE meeting or any of the regional meetings, but you can also publish it on RIPE Labs, which is not only articles we write and publish, but also from the community. We also have a community project fund, so if you have an interesting project that needs funding, you can apply for that, and it's a committee of community members that decides who will get funds for that. Now, in order to manage the RIPE NCC, I have a management team. I have Felipe as the Chief Operations Officer, responsible for the registry and software engineering around the registry services. Kaveh, Chief Information Officer, the information services and the IT part. Hisham, who is the Chief Community Officer, who is then taking care of all the community engagement and the public policy interactions and all the outreach. I mean, had we been a sales organization, this would have been a chief commercial officer, but we don't do sales. We're a membership organization. You all pay a membership fee that funds all our services. New for this year is my Chief Information Security Officer, Eleonora, and she is busy now designing and implementing a security program across all of the RIPE NCC. We have a pretty good security awareness internally ourselves, but we have an increasing drive from our members into actually documenting this as well. So be able to document through certifications and so on is something that's on our radar for the coming years. Chief Legal Officer, Athena, HR Director, Caroline, Simonian, Finance Director, and then last but not least, Daniela, my Executive Assistant, that makes sure that all of us are coordinated and organized. I mentioned the Executive Board. We have Job Schneiders, Remco van Bok, Maria Hall, Christian Kaufmann, Andrei Philippe, Raymond Jetten, and Piotr Strysevsky. The service desk has already been mentioned. We have staff here available to help you. There is also a virtual spatial chat room that you can contact them on. Well, if you're on site, you probably want to go and talk to them, right? And this is your one-stop hub for anything related to RIPE NCC, and they really mean it. General meeting, that's on Wednesday. That's for members only, so you need to register separately for that. So make sure that you do that well ahead of time. And the voting for the resolutions that's on the agenda there can be done electronically over the 2 days. So even remote participants can vote here. And if you have any questions, email agm@ripe.net and you can see the URL for the meeting at the bottom there. Then I talked a bit about policy development, and then I'll hand over to Angela, our Policy Development Officer. So Angela, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning also from me, and welcome to your first RIPE meeting. If not everybody, I think, is at the first one. I see. I'm Angela Dallara. I'm the policy officer at RIPE NCC. You heard a lot about policy development, working groups, mailing lists, and so on. So I think you have already clear a bit the difference between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC. So probably you already understood that you were already part of the RIPE community also before today. And so my first message to you is please use this opportunity to participate, to contribute to the discussions, and to offer your how can I say, support for good working on the internet, because we have different kind of network operators. Everybody has his own necessities and expectations from the RIPE NCC, from the way in which addresses are distributed, in which in the way in which the contacts and the database is offering information. So this is really an opportunity that I invite you to use for participating in policy discussions. So again, it is very easy to participate. We have different working groups. Each one of them can respond to your interest, and you want to follow what is happening and the discussions that are going on there. So please subscribe to the mailing list. Also because on the mailing list, the discussion of the policy proposals, that location is the only one locations where opinion can be kept in consideration and considered for what we call consensus. So you will hear more about consensus, I think, during the policy discussions, but probably is a new system that you're not used to define if there is an agreement on a certain policy proposal or on a certain decision. So it doesn't happen very often that you can directly express yourself, you do not have to rely to an intermediate person to say what you want to say. So my warm invite is please subscribe, say what you think. if you have a good idea, everybody can submit a policy proposal. You can have a good idea for something new. You can also see something in the current policies that is not really what you would like to have, and from your side of the business, you see that it's not responding to your needs, and then you can submit a modification, a proposal for a modification to the mailing list. So my role in this is to be the link between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC. You have to imagine that RIPE NCC registration services is complying, using the policies to evaluate all the requests that we receive. So it is important that we have clear policies, that they give a clear guideline to the staff and for you to obtain your IP addresses, to know how, what kind of ranges you can use for what, and so on. So again, it's important that everybody participate, because good ideas are always useful. We have at the moment 2 policy proposals under discussion. One is that we have a PDP, policy development process, that is a well-established process and has been recently reviewed by the RIPE chair team in cooperation with all the RIPE community. And the policy development process goes in phases. So we have one new, really fresh proposal in the address policy working group that is regarding the registration of IPv4 assignments in the database. At the moment, those are mandatory. Whenever you have an allocation and you use those addresses, you are supposed to, not supposed, you are requested to register assignments. And this proposal is suggesting to make it optional in some cases. So I invite you to have a look at the address policy mailing list and say what you think, if it is a good idea. And this proposal will be presented in the address policy working group session on Wednesday. It is in the discussion phase, so please discuss it. And the second proposal that we have is in the database working group, is regarding the registration of personal data in the RIPE database. At the moment, we cannot register personal data, and when I talk about personal data, I'm talking about names, telephone numbers, email addresses, and fax numbers, and so on. And this proposal is aiming at changing the possibility to register personal data in the RIPE database. So this is affecting every user of the database. Let's say who is registering contact and who is looking for contacts in the RIPE database. That proposal is in the review phase and will be presented in the database working group. I don't remember if it's on Thursday. Forgive me, you have the plan. So if you have a good idea, if you have you know, you would like to propose something and you don't know where to start, here is your lady. Come to me, or you can also contact the working group chairs for each working group. And they will help you to also to find out if this proposal has been proposed in the past or if there are some constraints. And the same thing I can do for you. So do not be shy. Just approach me or approach the working group chairs, and we will be very happy to work with you on this. So I don't know if you understood that I'm inviting you to participate, discuss, and contribute to the discussion. And from this, I leave the floor to Mirjam for the last part. And it is here.
Thanks, Angela. That's really, that function is really important, that link between the RIPE community and the RIPE NCC. So thanks for explaining that. Yeah, again, we have actually no, I'm a bit confused because this is a new slide because it's a new service actually that the RIPE-NCC has just provided, just developed over the last few weeks and launched. You can go to forum.ripe.net. You'll find already some interesting topics discussed there or started there. And as I said earlier, we're mostly using mailing lists, but we're starting to use other channels as well. These are mostly for NCC services right now, but there are also some topics about RIPE 85, so you can use that to coordinate some side activities, for instance. Okay, and are there any questions now? After all this information that we dumped on you, it's a lot of information to take in, I'm sure, at the beginning of a meeting. Well, if you have no questions, do we have any questions? No? I mean, from online there are no questions, but is there a quiz? There is. So I just should get off the stage and let the quiz master do his job. I don't hear him. Looking at the tech team, something happening? So the idea is we have like a fun quiz for you. I think there's something happening.
Yeah, it's happening. I'm just trying to squeeze into the screen. Yeah, the little cable is a little bit tight, but I think I'm in here now, so. Welcome everybody to our RIPE 85 Newcomers Kahoot quiz. My name is Nenad and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from a unique moment in the history of humankind, a moment that only happens once in a lifetime. The moment you get to play this quiz. When you sign up, remember to put your registration number in your nickname for the chance to win the prize. The goal of the quiz is to let you check your knowledge. Let's see how much you remember from everything that was said, and there was a lot of it said. So now let me tell you how we're going to play this game. There's going to be about 12 questions about everything that has been talked about here during this presentation. And I'm going to show you probably 4 possible answers. And the person who clicks on the right answer the fastest gets not a kitty cat, but the most points. And at the end of the whole thing, we will see who has the most points. And the person with the most points, of course, comes in place number 1. So let's see, while people are signing up, I think we got 60 participants, 62 still coming in. We're going to wait a little bit, play some little sounds. And when everybody has been logged in, we're going to start it out. Remember to put your registration number, the one you got when you signed up, if you want to qualify for the prize. Anyways, we'll try to find you if we can. And if we can't, tough luck. We have 71, 72. Maybe we'll reach 85. Who knows? That would be cool, right? The quiz for RIPE 85 had 85 people. Oh, one of you dropped out. And I think it's time to start. Time is ticking. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Good luck.
Yes, good luck, everybody. So let's see for the first question, starting in 3, 2, 1. You need to become a member to join A, the RIPE-NCC, B, Hells Angels, C, the RIPE meeting, or B, the RIPE committee. I said that all wrong. Yes, Crow, that was wrong. So RIPE-NCC, RIPE community, Hells Angels, or the RIPE meeting. What do you need to become a member to join? And the right answer is, boom, the RIPE-NCC. So 10 people thought the RIPE community. Nope, you don't need to sign up. You don't need to become a member. You can just participate. And the RIPE meeting, you just have to buy your ticket. So poof, at the front, Rudy, 575, Moritz, XYZ, and Error, which is not an error. He's playing, or she's playing. We never know. Next question. Who is the right chair? Is it Niall O'Reilly? Is it the right chair team? Is it Hans-Peter Holen? Or is it Mirjam Kühne? So this question is very difficult. I could not answer it myself, but who is the right chair? Hans-Peter Holen, the right chair team, Niall O'Reilly, or Mirjam Kühne?
Yeah!
And the right answer is, of course, boom, Mirjam Kühne, who started talking to you. He is the right chair. Niall is the co-chair. And together they form the right chair team. Scoreboard says, poof, still at the front, Rudy coming in, Yui, Catrell, and Mark. On to the next question. Which of these came first? And by this, I mean Voyager 2, closest to Neptune, the first working World Wide Web browser, RIPE 1, or the fall of the Berlin Wall. You will never guess which of these came first. Was it when the Voyager 2 passed the closest to Neptune? Was it when the first working World Wide Web browser was launched, or the fall of the Berlin Wall? And of course, we all know it was RIPE 1. RIPE 1 happened actually before any of these other historical things, so it was actually the first historical thing. And the scoreboard says, poof, has fall down. Yui coming in first. Nimsock 537. Well, WT72 and Brian. Next question, true or false? Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists. Is this true or false? This is a very difficult question. I think I haven't understood anything of what Angela said. So working groups discuss RIPE policies on a mailing list. We'll see if you understood what Angela said. Did you pay attention? So the right answer is boom, true. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists. You can talk about everything else outside, anything, but it only happens on the mailing lists. Let's see the scoreboard. Yui still at the front. Nimsock 537, WT72, and Brian. Next question. What does the RIPE PC do? Choose presentations for working group sessions. Does it ensure there are party celebrations at each RIPE meeting? Does it select the working group chairs, or does it choose the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary sessions? So which of these four things does the RIPE PC do? And by PC, I mean program committee. And the right answer is yes, it chooses the presentations for the RIPE meeting plenary sessions. That is what the RIPE PC does. Now you know it. On to the next question. But first, let's check the scoreboard. Yui still at the front, 537, WT72, Brian and Andrew coming in. Next question is?
Initiate countdown.
No, we did that already. Who makes the RIPE policies? Is it RIPE NCC? Is it RIPE? Is it IETF? Or why should I care? Which is also a valid question, but I think I will answer that for you. Who makes RIPE policies? The RIPE NCC, RIPE, IETF, or why should you care? And the right answer is RIPE. The RIPE community makes the RIPE policies. And why should you care? Because they affect you. Oh, yeah! Your business as well. On to the scoreboard. Yui still at the front, 537. Brian, WT72, and HPH, minus HPH. Question number 7. This is a multi-select, so there can be multiple answers. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? Is it in spatial chat? Is it on Facebook? Is it on Snapchat? Or is it in the coffee break area? So where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk in case you need anything related to the RIPE NCC? And they really mean it. So, spatial chat and in the coffee break area. Yes, if you need the RIPE NCC support, you'll find them there. Scoreboard says Yui is still at the front. Brian, WT72, 537 is burning, and Andrew. Question number 8. What does NCC stand for? Network Coordination Center, Network Carbon Copy, Nordic Construction Company, or Nerds Computer Club? What does the NCC stand for?
No!
Yes, if you don't know the answer, just press randomly. They're all funny, except the right answer, of course. And the right answer is Network Coordination Center. That is what NCC stands for. Nerds Computer Club probably would have been also fun, but it doesn't mean what it means. Yui still at the front. Brian, WT72, 537, and Andrew.
Initiate countdown.
We did that already. Next question. Who implements the RIPE policies? Is it the RIPE NCC? Is it the RIPE chair? Is it everybody? Or is it the RIPE community? So who implements the RIPE policy? Once it's been proposed, discussed, accepted, then it has to happen. Who does this job? The RIPE chair, everybody, RIPE NCC, or RIPE? And the right answer is the RIPE NCC. So after RIPE makes the policies, RIPE NCC has to implement them.
Good luck.
Yes, they need it sometimes. Yui, Brian, WT72, 537, and Andrew. Let's check question number 10.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? Is it the big data? Is it the IoT? Is it the DNS? Or is it the open source? One of these is not a RIPE working group. And if you paid attention, you'll find out. Is it IoT, DNS, open source, or big data? And it was not too difficult, right? The big data is not a RIPE working group, at least yet. So Scoreboard says Yui still at the front, Brian coming in really close, WT72, 537, and Joe. Question number 11, and there are 2 left. Does RIPE have a secret working group? And the question options are, what is a working group? If it's a secret, we would never tell. There are no secrets. There is no such working group. And of course, now the quiz master must die. So, does RIPE have a secret working group? What do you think? Okay, what is a working group? 3 people have to listen to that part again. If it's a secret, we would never tell. That's right. If it's secret, we would never tell. And there's people who think that there are no secrets. There isn't such working group. You are right. There are no secrets. And of course, the quizmaster must not die. WT72 taking the lead. Yui, Max, Brian, and 537. And on to the last one. Last question. Which organization was the first regional internet registry? Was it ARIN? Was it ICANN? Was it RIPE NCC? Or was it Internig? One of these was the first regional internet registry. Was it ARIN? Was it Internig? Was it ICANN? Or was it the RIPE NCC? I guess you've been paying attention because the right answer is going to pop up right now. RIPE NCC. This was the first regional internet registry ever. ARIN came later. ICANN existed in a different phase, and Internig was something else. First regional internet registry, RIPE NCC. And now let's see the podium. Who is coming in at place number 3? 537, place number 2. Brian, and number 1, we have WT72 with 12 out of 12 correct answers. Unbelievable, don't you think? Now, people, we hope you had fun. Thank you everyone for playing, and enjoy RIPE 85. And remember, a day where you did not learn something is a day lost. Until the next time.
And that was it. So unless there are any questions, you can now go for lunch. So any questions? If I say lunch, nobody wants to ask questions, right? So thank you.
Gelmiyor. Gelmiyor. Understand?
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. We had a bit of an echo in the earlier session. Can you hear me now? You don't hear me? This and that. Oh, I shouldn't go too close. Okay, I should just speak. I always feel like I'm too tall. I have to come down to the microphone, but I guess I should not. But the stenographers cannot hear you. Hear me, rather. Can that be fixed? Oh, you can hear me now. Oh, it's not coming through the system. We had that problem early on in the session. I don't know how you guys fixed that. So the stenographer cannot hear me through her headset. Well, let's try to fix this. Okay, it's good now. Okay, it's good. I hope you can all hear me. Please come in, take a seat. You want to start the opening? Oh, you're pressing you have your finger on the button for the 30 minutes. Yes, please start. Great. Okay, great. Thanks. Yes, let's get this started. Welcome to the RIPE 85 meeting here in Belgrade. My name is Mirjam Kühne. I'm the RIPE chair, and we also have Neil O'Reilly, who was just standing here next to me and just disappeared. Don't watch out, watch out. Neil O'Reilly, the vice chair of RIPE, is also here. Thank you, sir. You may sit down again. It's great to see so many of you. Please take a seat. Come in, take a seat. We'll have a number of opening presentations. I'll start with my opening speech just a few more minutes, and then we'll have some welcoming words by the local host. Then we'll have the RIPE NCC tell you a bit more about the logistics of the meeting and what you should be aware of. And then we have a short presentation at the end about the elections of the NRO and C, and Ulka is going to tell you all about that. Now, this is our second hybrid meeting. So after the meeting we had in Berlin, it's the second meeting now we are coming together. Plus, we of course still continuing to provide online meeting with our team from MeetEcho. He's also there who are there in the background helping us out. So some of you are probably listening to this online, which is great. And we have somebody who will monitor the Q&A queue there in case there are any questions. This is the number of registrations we have so far. It's actually amazing to see how many online attendees we have now. It's a lot more than we used to have in the past before we had this Meet ecosystem in place. And we also have a lot of newcomers, which is fantastic. We had a newcomer session earlier today, and I really hope we'll hear a lot from newcomers during the week. I would like to extend again invitation also to come find myself or find Neil O'Reilly during the week. I would really like to hear feedback, of course, not only from the newcomers, but I would like to encourage specifically the newcomers to, like, don't be shy, you know, don't think, oh, I can't come to talk to the RIPE chair. No, this is what I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you're experiencing this meeting. And yeah, it's especially important to have newcomers at this meeting, so it's great to see such high numbers. This is actually the first time since RIPE 71 we are in this region. We had a RIPE meeting in Bucharest, RIPE 71. Somebody calculate how many years that is ago. I don't know how many years ago. So it's great to be back here in this region. It's the first time we're in Belgrade, and we have some fantastic local hosts who helped us put this together, together with the RIPE NCC team. And it's really good to see also a lot of local registrations on the attendees list, like from Serbia and neighboring countries, and also good local content on the agenda, which is really good, and that's what we're trying to encourage, of course, and that's also one reason why we are traveling around with the RIPE meeting. Yeah, I showed the same picture in Berlin, but now it's amazing. We have 74 countries registered here in this at this meeting, like attendees from 74 countries, and we really see also a number of or more registrations from people from countries that don't normally have a hard time coming to meetings if we organize them within the EU. So it was worthwhile coming here, definitely. I remember last time in Berlin when I opened this the meeting, everybody was so excited to see each other for the first time again in person, and it was a really good atmosphere at the meeting, a really good vibe. I have very fond memories of the RIDE meeting in Berlin. But I also had a number of concerns, and I've looked that up again this time, and I thought, there's still some concerns. You know, there was COVID, and it's still not over. I see some of you are wearing masks, which I appreciate, and I'm also still very careful. I have my mask there. I thought standing here is relatively safe, so I'm not wearing it right now. But please respect, you know, each other's choices and distance, and you know, make sure you don't, I don't know, enter each other's space if they don't want to. We also still hand out masks at the registration desk. We have tests, so please take your responsibility there. Another concern I had back then in Berlin, I remember I said I have to kind of relearn how to socialize after this time of the pandemic and being locked in. And I think by now maybe some of us have started to travel again and feels a bit more comfortable again being in a crowd like this. So that's great. And I hope you're enjoying, you know, socializing with each other, of course. And then the third concern I had back then, and that's unfortunately still a big concern, is the war in Ukraine. And I know we have attendees here from Russia, from Ukraine, from 72 other countries. You know, we have a large number of countries here at the meeting. And I know this can be emotional and there could be tensions, but I really hope that we as a community continue to do what we've always done, to connect and to combine and coordinate with each other. And I really hope we will continue to do this as a RIDE community here and to provide that platform for all of us to come together and do the work we have to do. Should there be anything that you experience that, you know, is out of line or you feel uncomfortable with or think is violating the code of conduct, here's a summary of the code of conduct. As I said, you know, please treat each other with respect. We come here together with very different backgrounds, convictions, expertise, cultures, languages, and we're here to collaborate. You should all have registered, ticked the box and read the code of conduct, so I hope you all agree to abide by it. If there's anything you would like to report, we have a number of trusted contacts again here at the meeting. Unfortunately, Rob Evans can't be here this week for work reasons, and so there are three ladies here. Vesna Manojlovic is over there, Leah, Hestina, and Salome. I don't know if she's in the room. Oh, there you are. These three trusted contacts, they're there for you during the week. You can find them. They have like a little red badge, but you see their pictures now, so they will be around in the coffee break areas. And you can also send email to them at trustedcontacts@ripe.net if there's anything you would like to report in confidence, you know, or you know, you just like to have a talk to them about something you've noticed. They're all trained people, and everything will be treated in confidence, and they're very trustworthy community members. Now, this is the meeting plan for the week. We'll have a full week. It's mostly plenary sessions today and tomorrow, and then working group sessions on Wednesday and Thursday as usual. We have some BOFs today and tomorrow. I would really like to encourage you to also participate in those. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's just a more informal gathering of people coming together to talk about a certain topic that doesn't fit in the working group, or it's not an official, you know, group that meets here at RIDE meetings. So the program committee has selected those BOFs. And then we have, as I said, the working group sessions on Wednesday, Thursday mostly, and then and then the general meeting on Wednesday afternoon for the RIPE and CC membership, and then more plenary session on Friday. This is the program committee who has kindly put together the agenda for the plenary sessions. We have Franziska here; she's the chair of the program committee, and many other program committee members are also here at the meeting, and they've done a fantastic job again, I think, to put together a really interesting and mixed and diverse program for you. There are 2 seats available for re-election this time, and nominations close on Tuesday, so you can still come up and volunteer to become a program committee member for the next term. Speak to any of the program committee members who are here. They can tell you what this means and how much time it takes, and there's also documentation on the website you can find. You can nominate yourself or someone else, and then voting takes place from Tuesday to Thursday. You can find here the information, but also on the RIPE 85 website. If you go to program committee, it's all there. And then the results will be announced in the closing plenary on Friday. And I'm sure the program committee is really looking forward to a number of nominations and volunteers who want to work with them. The other part of the meeting, as I said, click, yes, are the working groups. And there are 12 working groups at the moment. And here's the list of all the working group chairs at the moment, and they're the ones who put together the program and the agendas for the working groups that they are responsible for. There are a number of working group chairs seats that are also up for renewal, and I think most of them have been discussed and selected on the mailing list already, and you will hear more during the week, during the working groups, who's replaced and who has to leave and who's coming in. And so it's great to see some new volunteers as well. We need new people also to take on these roles. Oops. It's of course not all about work. You know, we also have social events. So here's a list of social events pretty much every day. And this time you can do something in the evening and socialize with each other. This information is all on the website as well. I'm not going to read it all out, but today at the end of the plenary session there is the usual welcome reception, and you're of course all invited to come and hang out and meet each other and meet us and the board and the chairs and everyone else. And as I said, we couldn't do this without the local hosts, SOX and RNIDS, and also a number of sponsors who have helped us to put this meeting together. I didn't do anything. I was told the clicker is working a lot better this time. Well, it doesn't want to show us this, the sponsors, but they're all online. I don't know why this doesn't work anymore. What am I doing wrong? There they are. Look, good old-fashioned paper. So the sponsors, AM6, IPv4 Global, and the Internet Society, and the 2 hosts. And the 2 hosts, and I think this was almost my last slide. There's maybe one more after this. After the sponsorship slides, probably a slide that shows Neil and myself and our email addresses and how you can reach us and find us. But you can just come and talk to us. That's easy. See, I got stuck on the social events. I wonder what that means. I would like to invite the local hosts actually to come up on stage. And now there is someone here from SOX, Nenad, and Zarko from RNIDS. And I'd like to invite you to say a few words to welcome the participants here. And I'm really happy to have you here on stage. Someone kill the slides, please. They're in the background. We don't need them anymore. The next one up will be the ones from Hans Petter after the local hosts. Thank you. Please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nenad Krajnovic. I'm CTO of SOX. SOX is Serbian Open Exchange, local internet exchange covering southeastern part of Europe, mainly working in Serbia, but we are here in region. I wish to welcome you all in Belgrade and at the RIPE 85 meeting. For 5 years, we were in discussion with RIPE to regarding bringing this big and important event in Belgrade. We waited patiently for our turn, and then there was Corona delay, etc., etc. But today we are here. We believe that together with RNIDS, which is represented by Zarko, we represent a great part of Serbian internet community. As critical ICT infrastructure in Serbia and one of organizers of Serbian NOG, RSNOG, we support many of important activities that make Serbian internet more secure, more stable, and more performant. Some activities SOCs could do with you, like hosting CDNs, root servers, and measurement systems. Some require more local participants. Having said that, we wish you very productive meetings and discussions, and we know you will have a good time in Belgrade. And finally, I would like to thank everyone at RIPE for patience and prolonged support of not just SOCs and RNIDS, but first and foremost Serbian internet community. Thank you very much and enjoy in Belgrade.
Hi everybody, I'll try to be short. Thank you for coming. I invited you at RIPE 84 in Berlin, and I'm really happy to see this number of people attending meeting in person. Also, I would like to say thank you to those who are unable to come to Belgrade and be here with us. I'm representative of one co-host, that's RNIDS, and we are a small CCTLD registry, but we are active in different communities. We are a long-time member of RIPE. We are active with Center and with ICANN as well, and also DNSORG, and we are delighted to have 3 big meetings at the same time in Belgrade. I'm sure that this meeting will be really good and actually excellent, and that except enjoying sessions at RIPE meeting, you will enjoy city and this nice weather that we ordered for this week. So enjoy, and if you need any help, we'll be around, and you can ask anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, well done on the weather. I mean, this is really a big surprise. And I think we're all enjoying having lunch outside. It's fantastic. Well, next up is Hans-Peter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, who's going to tell us more about the meeting. Right? Okay, I'll leave.
No, you may stay, but I need the microphone, right? So, slides. Yes, thank you. My name is Hans-Peter Holen. I'm the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. So I've been sent up here to give you some practical information. So Meet Echo is something you can use for remote participation, but if you're in the room, you can also use it to take part in the meeting. So it requires meeting registration. You can bookmark your unique login, so please don't share that. And you can do Q&As in a special Q&A window. So if you don't want to go to the microphone to ask a question, you can do that in the Q&A window. Now, there is also a chat, but some of us are kind of used to ask questions in the chat, but don't do that because they will not be read out, right? That will be in the Q&A. There is a live stream page, so if you want to watch this in your hotel room and the streaming, then you can do that as well without logging in. And there is a recording of all the sessions, so if you miss anything, you can watch them when you come home. In the MeetEcho app webpage, there are different icons and you can see them here. For audio video, if you want to ask a question remotely, you press that one. You have the Q&A button that I just mentioned. You can see the stenography, and sometimes you will notice that, especially if I'm on stage, there may be something completely different in the transcript. I have some screen dumps to remind me of that from the past. So reading the transcript may also be an interesting experience. Chat I mentioned, there can also be polls in the presentations, and you can see the list of participants there. On site, there is a MeetEcho Lite app, so you can scan this QR code on the back of your badge. That's why that one is there. And then you get a simpler interface. And if you don't have a QR code on the back of your app, then talk to the registration desk, and they may be able to help you. And then if you want to get in the microphone queue, there is actually a button in that app so that you can do that. So you get in an ordered queue. This is technology taken to a new level. So I guess the chairs here will see how that works. I see them smiling on the first row. Spatial chat. So if you're not present, you can socialize in the spatial chat as well. There is a coffee break area there. It's open all day. And there is a link with passwords emailed to you. There is also a networking app that you can use to book meetings with other people here at the venue. And you can find the attendee list at the RIPE 85 website. COVID-19, Mirjam mentioned that already. We all wish it was all gone, but be careful. You can get self-tests and face masks at the registration desk if you want to be careful. So please respect people that wear face masks and do not necessarily get that close to them. You can get these markers, red, yellow, and green, to indicate your social distancing preferences. And if you get some symptoms, please test yourself, and please do not come to the venue if you are infected. Any questions? I see none. So then I'm handing over to my colleague, Ulka, so you can switch to her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ulka Athale, and I'm a communications officer at the RIPE NCC. Am I clear? Is it audible? Great. So normally the NRO-NC presentation, it's traditionally taken place in the address policy working group, but to work with the timeline of the hybrid meeting, the PC and the RIPE chair team were kind enough to give me a few minutes here. So this is about the number resource organization number council election. Slide moved ahead. No. Yeah. So this is an election to fill one seat on the NRO-NC, which also serves as the Address Supporting Organization Address Council, the ASOAC, for a 3-year term starting in January 2023 and ending in December 2025. The term started by Feliz Yilmaz and completed by James Kennedy will end on the 31st of December of this year. Thank you, Feliz and James, for having volunteered your time. The NRO-NC has 3 representatives from the RIPE region. There's 1 representative who's elected by the RIPE NCC Executive Board, that's Hervé Clément. And there are 2 elected representatives, currently Sandra Stefan and James Kennedy. So for the election that we will have at RIPE 85, the candidate with the most votes will be elected. We have 2 candidates standing in this election, Elad and James Kennedy. Abstentions do not count towards the voting result. If you would like to learn more about the candidates, we've got the candidate bios, their motivation statements, and videos, if they chose to submit one, up on the website at the link here. There's also a web page under parallel events on the RIPE 85 website with more information. So to register to vote and check in, it's pretty simple. You need to register for RIPE 85 in case you're watching this on the live stream. If you have already registered for RIPE 85 and you're an online attendee, please select the option to vote in the NRO-NC election. If you're an on-site attendee in this room and you can't remember whether or not you selected this option and you would like to vote, please go to my colleagues at the registration desk and they can check on that for you. And the next most important thing is you must be checked in for RIPE 85 to be eligible to vote. And you can confirm whether your status is marked as checked in by going to the attendee list on the RIPE 85 website. If there's a green tick mark next to your name, you've been checked in. The deadline to register to vote and check in is Tuesday, the 25th of October at 2 p.m. If you're an online attendee, you can check yourself in using the link in your personal registration page. You received an email this morning from the RIPE meeting team. Please select your unique link, and there you can go to your RIPE 85 options and select to vote in the NRO-NC election and also check yourself in. Voting will take place electronically using a third-party platform. Every registered voter gets one vote. We will use assembly voting for this election as a third-party election platform. Your vote is anonymous, it's encrypted. You can verify the encryption of your vote, and there's a bulletin board that logs activities. So how can you vote? If you voted with us before, you used to only receive one email from our previous voting system. Here you will receive two emails, one with your unique voting link and a second email with your voting registration number. Think of this registration number like your PIN code. You need to enter your personal registration number, which we will email to you, and then you will get access to the voting system. And then it's quite simple. You can just select the candidate of your choice or choose to abstain and submit your vote. We have a detailed step-by-step voting guide available. And just a reminder of the dates and deadlines. The deadline to register and vote and check in is tomorrow. So you have slightly under 24 hours to remember to do that. Voting will open tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. It will close on Friday morning at 9 a.m. And the results will be announced during the closing plenary. And if you have any questions, please feel free to find me or send an email to nominations@ripe.net. Thank you.
Can I have? Yes, I have the microphone. So from here on, the program committee will take over for this session, and I'm Franziska, and this is Jan, and we are gonna be chairing your session today. A warm welcome to all of you, and we are really happy to have you here. We will kick off our session and this meeting with some food for discussion, because Tobias Fiebig will present his perspective on not exactly what could go wrong in the world, but what actually is going wrong in the world. So we will hopefully have lively discussions. Welcome, Tobias.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. At least I'm wired up, so I'll not be confined to that microphone. And today I'm here to present work I did with a colleague from University of Aalen, Doris Aschenbrenner. Fittingly, it means burning the ashes in German, on 13 propositions, and it was pointed out it's not really propositions, but more like statements on an internet for a burning world. Big question is, what do I mean with a burning world? Well, kind of literally that. I mean, our world is burning. We have seen it during the summer in Europe. We have seen it, especially a couple of years ago in Australia. Our world is kind of on fire. We have seen it in France this year. Our continent is drying up. So we are running out of water. And I mean, in the end, humans kind of, well, we did a lot to make that happen. We really did a lot. And I mean, we don't stop at industry. We also have this tendency of burning our world further down and down by waging war against each other, by exploiting each other, by disadvantaging each other. Can I get my slides back, please? Right, straight back to the fire. So let's skip back to war. right? So we also like to wage war as humans. Usually in the pursuit of that, we're destroying infrastructure, we're destroying our livelihoods. And in the end, everything is just burned down, torn to ashes, unusable. And the thing is, in this presentation, I will take sides. I will point fingers, and I will point fingers at organizations, at people, which I, from my perspective, like to point fingers at. Thing is, everyone is necessarily the hero of their own life story. So you might come from a different place, you might have a different perspective, and in your worldview, the roles might be switched. An organization I point my finger at, state I might point my finger at, they might be the heroes in your story, but there will also be villains in your story, as much as these sides are heroes in mine. And if you switch my arguments around, you will probably arrive at the same conclusions, no matter who the hero is in the end. So let's get into the more technical stuff, what we are basically all here for, care and centralization. So the first statement we are making, and by the way, there is a small QR code on the slides, which due to the spacious setup of this room might not be overly useful, but it will lead you to a blog article on the corresponding statement. Anyway, proposition 1 is that operating systems requires system operators to execute care towards their systems, their infrastructure, but also to their users. And people always look a little bit funny, but if you talk to operators and you tell them, do you know the situation when a user comes into your office and is like, so about my dissertation, do you maybe have backups? Something happened. And in that situation, as an operator, your main task will not be the technical task of actually restoring that backup. Your main task will also be maintaining that user's emotion, because that user is scared. They might have lost something very, very important, and now it's gone. So no matter if you have the backup or not, dealing with that, well, care situation, that emotional labor situation, will be a major part of your job, even though you will probably not find it in any official job description of a system administrator. And the same holds for infrastructure. Sometimes you have to, well, put in the extra effort, pull the night shift, just to make it ping, to keep things running. At the same time, we're seeing that the internet is more and more centralizing, and it's discussions I see over the past couple of years. Things are just moving towards the bigger things. Famous examples being Cloudflare, Amazon, the Microsoft Azure cloud. Things are for some reason just moving there. And we are claiming that this has happened due to a lack of care in the operations of the internet. Because let's be honest, if you are a small AS, you basically cannot run on the internet anymore, because you can just be tossed away by a big wave, well, basically enabled by amplifiers, by missing BCP38, by people not exhibiting care when they run systems connected to the internet, not caring about the impact a misconfigured system has on the rest of the world. So what do people do? They go to Amazon, they go to Cloudflare, they go to Akamai, and those can actually stomach such big DDoS attacks. But in the end, our own carelessness has brought us to those big clouds. And at the same time, there's also a tension between privacy and security there. Because if you're like kind of a nerdy person, and I might have to look for that, you're always a little bit skeptical of these cloud setups, and you're always like, well, but Google reads my email. Thing is, if you're running your own mail server, it's really easy to misconfigure it, right? It's like insanely easy to just forget to check for certain passwords. I mean, I misconfigured a system once, like the PAM configuration, and you could log in with any password. So doing these things is insanely easy. And even if you're like a larger company, like a regional ISP, your security team for your mail setup will be much smaller than the security team for Gmail. And that is just a given thing. Probably the Gmail team is larger than the whole ISP you're working for if you're like a small regional ISP. And of course, these people have much more resources to make systems secure. So boiled down to, well, the core of it, or proposition 3 says, like, you basically have a choice. Either you run it yourself and eventually leak your own emails on the internet, or you have it with Gmail and, well, Gmail reads your email. Which is kind of like a shitty situation. Which brings us to proposition 4, which is that centralization and profit in general are inherently incompatible with actually executing care. And this is a relatively simple thing. If we think about how we run systems, how we make systems scale, we use a kettle approach, right? It's like the standard thing. We don't want to have like funny little small even further. My favorite example here is actually anything blockchain, because let's be honest, just churning through energy, there's more useful things to do with that energy. I think there's hardly anything to say more about blockchain technology. If there's any people in here who are fans of the funny proposals to move BGP on the blockchain or DNS on the blockchain, we can take that offline and I'll be happy to ignore your arguments during the break. Which brings us to proposition 11, the thing with technology. And I mean, in here we are all one form or another of engineers, and as engineers we have this tendency of finding technical solutions to problems we see, because that's our job, right? We build technology to solve things. The thing is, many problems are actually quite social or societal in nature. And if you try to solve a social or societal problem with technology, you will usually end up in big trouble, because that usually just amplifies the underlying social problem. It will lead to people trying to circumvent the technology you built to actually, well, still gain what they have because you didn't solve the underlying social or societal problem. And sometimes your technical solution might even cause additional harm by introducing, for example, a surveillance infrastructure, which might then be used for an alternate purpose. Which brings us to a very nice technical solution. So on the 24th of February this year, Russia invaded Ukraine. The internet community, of course, wanted to do something, right? And if engineers want to do something, they usually come up with a technical solution. And in this case, it was coming up with the idea of executing bottom-up internet sanctions via black holing. This has multiple problems. One of them is the tieredness of the internet. And here you see the reachability of Sputnik News from RIPE Atlas. You might notice it is for some reason mostly Africa and Europe that are kind of unable to reach that site. And that is, again, the tieredness of the internet. If your tier 1 is participating in those voluntary sanctions, well, you are as well. You, of course, can be multi-home with multiple tier 1s. Then it basically boils down to, if both of them are participating, you will be participating there as well. And that also carries over to Africa. I think most parts of Africa are still uplinked via, I think, Orange for the former French invaded countries, or Telefonica for Spanish invaded countries. So they basically have their tier 1s participating in the sanctions. And the other problem with this is that over the past decades, we told policymakers, listen, we get you don't understand how the internet works, but trust us, you cannot censor the internet. The best thing you can do is like these DNS blocks, but they're easily circumventable, but it doesn't work. This internet censorship doesn't work. You can't do that. And now we came up and we're like, hey, we know we told you you can't do that. We just built what you wanted to have all along, you know, the thing to block specific websites, and it actually works. And trust me, policymakers will remember. And recall, everyone is the hero of their own life story. What is blockable in one country might not be blockable in another. In fact, in Germany, there's a very, very strict idea of trying to block gambling websites. The Netherlands, on the other hand, is more a country of gambling problems, I'd say. Same for the US. In Germany, it was illegal up until very recently to inform about abortion opportunities, right? About doctors performing abortions. If you tell that to a Dutch person, they are like, yeah, but it's like a human right, it's a medical procedure. You have the same thing with taxes. And all of a sudden you have different jurisdictions who all try to apply their own local policy and their own perspective on the world. And when Germany starts to block Dutch or American gambling websites, the Americans will be like, yeah, that is kind of like economic sanctions, right? Because it's like a legitimate business interest. And all of a sudden you get into this dynamic where the internet starts to fall apart. And we basically made that happen with our proposal of bottom-up internet sanctions. We showed them they can do it. I mean, other juntas, so there was recently a publication about Iran building their own internet. China has been doing it for quite some time. Russia also made attempts. So the ideas were generally there, but it didn't really click. Which brings us to this general issue of digital sovereignty. So we talked about the internet falling apart, and that is often in the idea of, well, doing the right thing, basically. So if you talk about like European policymakers, you talk to them, they will tell you like, hey, we are building this European freedom internet, which ensures that every website reachable is GDPR compliant and conforms to our local policy, which is like the general understanding of digital sovereignty. And I'm pretty sure that the people censoring stuff in China will have similarly reasonable sounding arguments. The problem every one of those is actually, well, not seeing, is that we also have to be able to rebuild. So which parts of the internet could we maintain, not even rebuild, in the absence of a global supply chain issue? Could you fix a bug in the Juniper routers in your racks? Do you have access to the source code? Do you have the knowledge to fix those bugs? How does it look with like more technical equipment? CWDM, right? I'm pretty sure there's some controllers in there. Fridges, IoT heating. All those systems, we basically rely on the continued existence of the company who produced it to be able to either maintain or replace it. If we're all of a sudden stuck with that technology, possibly for decades, we are lacking the ability to maintain it. And we have to change that. Otherwise, if the vendor becomes unavailable, we will have an issue. So most of what I said right now is really, really dim, and people are always like, could you maybe like instead of just pointing out problems, try something else, like solutions? Solutions would be nice. And I don't know how to say this, but no, the future won't be bright. And the more problematic thing for us in this room is we are engineers, and as engineers, it's our job to make the future brighter, no matter what world we're actually tasked with making brighter. As engineers, it's our job to make the world a better place for everyone. And no matter who tears down the world, who breaks the world, who breaks infrastructure, it will be a colleague of yours, it will be another engineer fixing it, no matter on which side you stand. And it might even be you who has to fix the infrastructure, which was blindlessly torn down by whatever aggressor currently perpetuates the burning down of our world. So to conclude this and go into questions, being an engineer means taking responsibility. We're all engineers. Only you can make the world burn a little bit less. Thank you, and if you have questions, please.
Thank you, Tobias. So let's have a look. Do we have, can I get my microphone back? Yes. Do we have questions in the room? If not, we will start with the first one from the chat.
Work? Yes. We don't have any questions. There is just a
there
notion
was
from
one, yeah.
Kurt. What's wrong with Google fonts? They're supposed to be freely usable.
I think he needs the microphone.
So the thing with Google Fonts is that the initial idea was that you can like have caching benefits. The problem with the caching benefits is that that opened like side channels with which you could track users. So you now don't have this like cross-domain caching anymore, which in the end means that the benefits of having Google Fonts is kind of gone. So yeah, just deliver it with the other assets of your site instead of including it from the Google CDN.
Yeah, I think we
Please,
can start
go.
here.
Might not be first, but I'm here. I'm going analog. My name is Vale Vale, not an engineer, an activist, a feminist, a queer. So thank you. Hearing care in infrastructure is really a bridge, because this is what many of us in every part of the world, not only Europe, are saying, that infrastructure is about care and infrastructure is also about people and relationship. And also engineers are very different in themselves. So for me, it's a bless to hear this. And I hope that engineers can work with non-engineers to see that the technology is not neutral. We have one planet and violence is inherent, and it's not about taking out violence, but it's about how we go after. So I just wanted to say thanks. And if you can elaborate more of care in any of the section of the proposition, it would be amazing. Thanks.
Catch up offline.
Vesna?
Well, my question was partially already answered by Vale. I also wanted to thank you for this presentation. And I wanted to ask you about the other comments and questions that you have received in the APNIC region or at another conference where you presented this. What did you expect? What were the differences between audiences and similarities? Something like that. Thank you.
So talking about differences, so talking at the APNIC region is of course most effective, for example, in terms of climate change, but also in terms of IPv4 unfairness. Something that stuck with me from the APNIC region was a person from one of the island states telling me, well, you in the West are always about like preserving resources to counter climate change, but we didn't develop. It's our turn now. So why should we limit ourselves to that? And my response to that was basically, honestly, you should just pressure for reparations now while the West still has money to pay those, because here things will also go to shit. And then we can't even pay our reparations anymore.
Okay, I think Eric was the next one. Please remember to state your name and affiliation when you speak on the microphone.
And since we don't have the microphone queue here, we can't see it as chair, so raising the hand doesn't matter much. We can't see it.
And I think we will cut the queue after Stefan.
Erik Baars, ATB Internet. You stated the sanctions that currently are implied by the EU, specifically against the Russian media, that all European ISPs actually have to block. There is a court case running in that. I'm actually one of the participants in that, where a couple Dutch ISPs have said, well, this is not about the actual content that's being blocked that we disagree with or agree with, but the fact that the EU is actually trying to impose, these sanctions, because if we are taking the high ground and saying to some countries, you cannot block like China or other countries. And in fact, the EU is now doing the same thing. So there is some legal action being taken to this. And I've heard in that same case that some countries actually have stated to the EU as well, to the Council, that this is under investigation and needs to be checked by third parties, because this was actually dictated by the Council itself, without actually going back to the countries to actually have a vote on it or have a say in it. So that's it.
Henri Estilay, thank you for your presentation. Since I don't have any question, but since I'm the only Iranian representing the Iranian community and engineers, I might have some answers. So in breaks or in other times. Thank you.
So probably you should talk.
Maybe.
So I'm last in line now, Stefan Wahl, free consultant, also an internet engineer in a way. I think it's not easy taking responsibility in big companies as an engineer in general. Is there any way or any idea you have to protect people taking responsibility?
So in general, as an engineer, you build it, you own it. You have to decide what contribution you make in building something that's unethical. And something to mention here, what is ethical is not necessarily legal, and what is legal is not necessarily ethical. But to protect people, the question is from what? We as a community can certainly not protect people from getting killed, which, depending on against whom you take your responsibility as an engineer, is pretty much a viable option. But we can definitely, as a community, protect people that are facing more traditional Western repercussions, like, for example, being fired. So by communicating openly within our community about the state of ethics in the companies we work for, can A, help people to not work for companies that are doing unethical things, and B, we can help those that have left or have been left from those companies to find further employment. And let's be honest, we as engineers are in a very, very privileged position. We will most likely always find a job that keeps us sustained. So as a community, being more talkative about that, being more sharing and caring about that, and aiding our colleagues who took a stand for their profession and for what is right. So I think the best we can do.
Thank you.
Okay. We have one comment here from Markus Zeilinger from Austria. And he says, fully agree with most of your points. I can hardly understand that so many people in the internet community out there don't understand that the technology, and especially the internet, is moving into the wrong direction in many aspects. In your opinion, what can we do to get decentralization back and to limit the influence of hypergiants out there?
Well, execute care towards infrastructures, implement BCP 38, shut down those amplifiers in your network so people can start hosting their own stuff again, and then deploy IPv6 and help local communities to set up local systems.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias, for this great lead out, because it is leading us directly to Andrei Robachevsky presentation about MANRS and 8 years of successes, right?
And challenges. Oh.
The floor is yours, don't yell.
Thank you. I need to tune down a little bit. All right, well, thank you. Hi, everyone. In this talk, I'll be talking about something that is also about communities and about responsibility and about commitment. I'll be talking about MANRS, which is Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security initiative that was launched 8 years ago. And some of you were part of this experience, and I would like to reflect, look back and look in the future and discuss some of the successes and challenges that we experienced. But first, what's MANRS? So MANRS is an industry initiative. It was created by the network operators for network operators. It is also a collaborative effort. It's based on, it leverages consensus, leverages peer pressure to move us forward and motivate to do right things. And MANRS, as it defined, it sets new norm for routing operations, sort of making mistakes. Some of the mistakes that damage the routing system are unacceptable. Now, well, MANRS is just 8 years, but in fact, we were struggling with this problem of routing security for 25 years, which is a long time on internet scale. So why is that? Why is routing so hard? Well, in fact, it's not routing per se. It's also other security problems of a distributed system and decentralized system as the internet is. But the short answer is economics. And while the overall business case and for the internet is significant, for individual network operators, it's not often. Because in a way, security of your own network is in the hands of other operators. So your business case is limited somehow. And this is what called the collective action problem, where everyone understands we're better off if we do this action, but it requires this concerted action, and it should be sort of relatively small number of free riders, which is very difficult to achieve. Now, in some cases, regulation helps. And there were some calls for regulation in routing space. Unfortunately, not in this case, because routing is truly global. And if you sort of mandate certain controls for network operators in your country, some other network in another country can create havoc and make this mistake damaging. So another approach that was sort of part of MANRS is setting the norm. And the norm is something that is widely acceptable by the community, which is not very high. It's not the best practice, but something that makes a difference still. And it should be visible and measurable, because you need to know who is sort of adhering to those norms and who doesn't. So MANRS really builds on those two pillars. It first creates a norm, a baseline security. And I have to say, it's a minimum security baseline. It's relatively easy to enter MANRS, and entering MANRS already makes a difference. And also it builds a visible community that exercises peer pressure and therefore reinforces those norms. Well, it was launched in 2014 by network operators, and that was the first sort of audience for the MANRS, and defined security controls that network operators need to implement to minimize or mitigate routing security incidents. But when MANRS was launched, it was launched by 9 operators. At that time, there were about 60,000 networks operating on the internet, autonomous system numbers. So, well, it's a big gap to bridge. So how do we go about that? We were looking, how can we scale? And scaling was to get another actors in the game that have their own communities. And the first one was the IXPs. They have local communities with common operational objective, which is exactly what we need to scale this up. So 4 years later, well, actually 3 years later, if you look at the timeline, we launched the IXP exchange points, internet exchange points program, which define their own actions, how they can contribute to routing security in the most effective way. Next was CDN and cloud providers, and though they look like just networks, maybe edge networks, they're very significant networks. I mean, some statistics shows that 50% of traffic is carried by CDNs. So, well, first of all, they have a lot of peering power because many want to peer with them. And secondly, mistakes at CDN level, they can have very damaging consequences. So CDN and cloud providers were the next in the program. And finally, 2 years ago, we launched the program involving network equipment vendors, because of course, if equipment doesn't support necessary controls, it's very difficult to implement MANRS using that equipment. Each of the program has their own controls and their own, what we call actions, right? But they all sort of rotate about, this is sort of a union of those actions. And one of the most important one is filtering. And that means you do not emit and you don't propagate incorrect routing announcements on the internet. And therefore you prevent routing incidents from happening. Well, BCP 38 was mentioned already, so that's another action. You prevent, you perform source address validation where possible and prevent spoof traffic in the internet, which is a root cause of reflection amplification attacks. Coordination is very important because, well, you need to be able to reach across multiple networks to another part of the globe to mitigate a potential incident. And because routing depends on external sources, what we call sort of routing information bases, such as Internet Routing Registry or RPKI system, it's very important that we keep this information up to date and complete. And that's another action that is asked from the participants of MANRS. And the last action I wanted to mention as well is promotion. It's not technical action, but that's the way you scale up. If you have your customers, if you're a network, please motivate them to join MANRS as well, to implement those controls, right? If you are a CDN, do the same with your peers. So promotion of MANRS is very important and was part of the actions in almost every program there. Well, I mentioned that MANRS is a collaborative effort, and it is. A few examples of this. It's really run by the community. Now, I have to say, Internet Society, it plays a secretarial role, and I work for the Internet Society. We support MANRS, but really, so more and more decisions and strategies defined by the community. A few examples. One example is tooling, and we have GitHub, where some contributors, they start small open source software projects that are related to conformance test, helping with some routing tools. So that's one of the things that sort of indicates the collaborative nature of this effort. Another one is steering committee. So more and more decisions are made by the steering committee, which consists of 9 members. Which are elected by the MANRS participants, MANRS community, and their sort of charter, their mandate sort of ranges from reviewing the actions and conformance criteria to advising on certain audit cases. Well, I should have mentioned that MANRS is not just self-declaration. You need to demonstrate to the auditors that you implemented those controls, and we also do some checks and balances. Some tools are used to check the level of conformance, but I'll talk about this a little bit later. By the way, to mention, if you're a MANRS participant, there are 3 seats open in November 2022 election. So please stay tuned to that. Now, when I was talking about norms, I mentioned that norms, it's very important that they're transparent, they're measurable, so others can see to what extent you actually fulfill those norms or follow those norms. So measuring MANRS is very important. It's also very important to understand what kind of impact MANRS does and makes on the internet routing security. So very soon after we launched MANRS, we created a tool, we started working on the tool and launched it, which we call MANRS Observatory. And MANRS Observatory, it uses passive measurements, which is a great thing because we can measure not only MANRS participants, but all networks on the internet. And we can also don't require a lot of cooperation from their side. We can just measure them. Well, they're transparent. We're using publicly accessible data sources and measurement projects. And it's evolving. So if we add new actions, if we make them more stringent, we can change this measurement framework accordingly. This is a landing page of the MANRS Observatory, and it shows you the, well, I mean, from public view, you can look at country level, on regional level, and see what we call MANRS readiness, how well networks implement MANRS controls in the region or in the country. For MANRS participants, they are able to see all other networks, all their peers, how well they're behaving, and that is supposed to improve on peer pressure, create this peer pressure, and expose those who are not doing very well. At the moment, if you go to the public website of MANRS, you will see tick marks, and that looks like self-assessment, but we are working together with the community to making those scores actually public. So when you go to the MANRS website, you will see how those networks actually score compared to what they declared. So if you do filtering, but you're not scoring very well, that probably means they're not doing filtering as you declared. So MANRS grew right from 2014 when we launched with 9 operators to now when we have more than 800 participants. Well, the numbers are slightly outdated because we're adding new participants every day, but that just shows the curve. So I tried to answer the question what kind of impact MANRS has, and of course causality is speculative, right? I admit that, but I put several graphs on this chart. One is number of culprits, so networks that are implicated in a routing incident, and this red line you see it's sort of constantly declining. The blue line is number of MANRS participants. Well, that causality is, you may question this. We'd like to think that they related, that the more MANRS participants are there, the less culprits we see on the internet. But you can also see improvements in, for instance, quality of routing data in the internet routing registries and RPKI that's steadily growing, which is a very, very good sign. Oops. Now, important to say, MANRS is not the solution. I doubt there is the solution in the routing space or in the internet as such, right? But it's a stepping stone. It's an important step forward, and it's actually demonstrating that we can, as industry, get together, take responsibility, and try to solve some of those problems, right? Which are of global nature, and whether no one government, no one regulator can solve for us. It's a minimum that operators should consider. It's not a sort of shooting for the sky. It's not best current practice, but it's an important step. Okay, so why joining MANRS? That's the question, and there are a few answers that we usually say when people approach and ask, why should I do that? Well, first of all, having those controls is important. There is some business case for that. You don't want your customer become your transit provider, for instance, and therefore create an outage for you and for themselves. More and more awareness of necessity of those controls makes being MANRS meeting the expectations of the operational community. And the last that we sort of think, and I will talk about this in a moment, is use MANRS as a competitive differentiator, right? If you're a MANRS member, that means something, and use this meaning as a higher reputation, for instance, in your relationship with other networks. But, well, that brings me to the question about the value proposition of MANRS, because, well, using differentiator, that's great, but what is the actual value MANRS brings to its participants? And if we look at the past and say, well, does it work? I think we can say that MANRS approach works. It is community-based. It leverages peer pressure. We see more and more sort of MANRS discussions that say, well, what is acceptable, what's not. And it does provide reputational value because people would like to join MANRS and sort of show themselves as good netizens. But at the same time, the business case is still weak. So the value proposition, sort of good reputation, that's fine, but really leveraging this in business relationship is problematic for many reasons. Part of it is that maybe the audit is not stringent enough, the level of assurance is not high enough, but we see reflection of this somewhat weaker business case in lack of commitment. So some of the networks, it's very difficult to reach out to them to continue engagement once they join MANRS. One of the examples, we're working on improving data quality that we're collecting about their conformance, and that requires some cooperation. So the more cooperation we require from the network, the more difficult it gets. So there are some challenges. If we want to move MANRS to the next level, we need to overcome that. The idea we're working now on is what is called MANRS Plus. And the idea is to try to overcome those challenges by creating a next tier. It doesn't mean that we are negating MANRS. MANRS is a great sort of community platform, and it still has reputational value, and still has very good sort of vibes in how you implement and why should you implement those controls. But the second elevated tier can create a high assurance quality mark that you can really use in your business relationship. Now, if your customers or potential business partners recognize the value of this mark and trust this mark, then you can use this and it brings value. It makes sense, makes business sense. You can talk to your business people and say, hey, we need to join MANRS because it will allow us to maybe get a better contract or have better conditions on interconnection with another partner. Now, there is a challenge, right? We need to bring operators and their potential customers together to develop this mark, and that's what we have started doing. Now, the first question that we ask ourselves is, what is the scope of requirements? Now, MANRS was by design very tightly scoped. It was only about routing security and only about some controls. It didn't go all over the place. There was some picked up controls that were considered very important and relatively easy to implement. But if we look at MANRS Plus, if we think about what can bring value, we need to look at the customers, the consumers of this quality mark. What is important for them when they connect to a connectivity provider? What are their expectations? A few years ago, we asked a company 451 Research to do this kind of research to look at enterprise market and see what enterprise is expecting from their connectivity providers. What are their main concerns? Well, you can see this graph, and some of this is aligned with MANRS, such as address spoofing or traffic hijacking, but some of them like denial of service or availability or blacklisting or some other things are not. So what we are trying to do now as well is to get those requirements from the consumers. One of the challenge here, though, is that in the industries outside our industry, networking industry, level of awareness of this kind of external threats is very low. So enterprise security is mostly inwards. It looks at things like how you protect your own assets, not how you protect your value chain in a way. So, but that's a very important step. So aligning MANRS Plus controls and requirements with the requirements of the customers is key to success. Another thing is conformance test. And as I mentioned, we do some tests. For instance, we see if a network is implicated in a routing incident, but that shows non-compliance. It doesn't guarantee compliance with filtering. So more transparent and more thorough audit tests are needed. At the same time, we cannot do it, sort of overdo this. It should match the value proposition, right? For instance, maybe on-site physical tests are prohibitive here. So we need to find the right balance that it will increase the value, but still correspond to the value that MANRS Plus brings. So what's next? Well, I mean, of course, if you haven't joined MANRS, please consider and join MANRS. MANRS still remains the platform, and MANRS Plus is the next step. But first step is joining MANRS. Help us raise awareness about routing security. Well, get involved in the elections, of course. And if you're interested in this developing quality mark, please approach us. It's open for everyone. It's not just for MANRS participants. Everyone can participate and is welcome. And well, ask your peers. Particularly if you're in enterprise, then ask your providers what kind of security controls they do, whether they are MANRS compliant, or if not, what kind of security controls they implement. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Okay. There are no questions. Okay, we have some questions in Q&A. Michael Richardson, you're here, right? Why you don't ask your own questions, or you want me to read your text?
Thank you.
Because I'm afraid I'm going to trip all over these fine people and, you know, bloody and stuff. Mine was Michael Richardson. So my question is, I have two-part questions really. One was, are you measuring, when you talk about the statistics you had about culprits and things like this and incidents, I'm wondering if you have a ratio of incidents per culprit. And so more specifically, I'm wondering if when there's an incident, are the culprits learning? Or are they repeating the same mistakes over and over? Are they learning which, or maybe they're learning to be worse? They could be maybe more efficient at doing incidents, as your point, yeah. Do you want me to ask my second question, which is unrelated? Okay, my other question is, are companies, big companies buying cyber insurance for this point, big ISPs? And if they are those insurance companies aware of MANRS at this point?
So to answer your last question, I don't know, but that's a good point. I think we should approach those insurance companies and raise awareness there. So especially in the context of MANRS Plus, because for insurance you need high level of assurance of certain sort of standards. So it might be very relevant in this case. Thank you for that.
And it might actually be more relevant for their customers who are not ISPs, who are then told by the insurance company, your ISP had better be MANRS, or otherwise your network is going to be, you know, attacked and we won't insure you for that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if you have pointers, if you have any sort of references to those companies, okay. Anyway, thank you for the idea. With regards to your question about culprits, we have this data. I don't have this analysis. We haven't done that, but I think that would be interesting analysis. Now, this data you also have to take with a grain of salt. That's one of the problems, is that this data is taken from sort of, you know, observations of the changes in the routing system and sort of inferring if that's a suspicious event, right? It's not, it's analyzing BGP changes without knowing the intent. This approach is known for sort of, you know, relatively high rate of false positives. That's one thing. But we have this data, so we have two sources. One is BGP Stream, which is a sort of, you know, a daughter of BGP Mon tool. And another one is GRIP. It's a new tool at Georgia Tech. So we're combining those sources. That's where sort of got this data. But this analysis is possible. We have this data, so it's possible to do, and probably interesting question to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Kasim. I'm actually now working at RIPE NCC, but before that, I was a PhD student at TU Delft. And I did experiments and for BCP38 particularly, and I used MANRS data heavily. So thank you, first of all, for providing the platform. What I found, I did like last part of my PhD was an experiment to send out notifications. And I used MANRS guideline for people, for operators that we found are not compliant. Unfortunately, most people did not got compliant after our notifications. My question was, are you also looking at non-compliant providers and are sending any notifications? And second part was I got some feedback on MANRS documentation. One was like it needs to be in other languages other than English. And second was like people ask for support for routers that are not mainstream. So I know that Juniper and Cisco guidelines are there. So that's just a comment on the side.
Yeah, so to your question about whether we are following up on non-compliance, we just started and we're actually hitting two birds with one stone. So we started sending notification if a network is implicated in incidents. And in the observatory, we provide a facility that people can provide feedback. Well, to the point that there are some false positives, they can provide, explain if it wasn't the incident, it was just legitimate change, or it was a customer change, or what was behind the scenes, sort of. That helps us first raise awareness that there might have been incidents and you're not compliant, and second, to improve data, because this heuristic was sent back to like grip folks, and they can, change their filters and their rules and make sort of tune down false positives. Because our actual goal, right, which we hope to achieve next year, is to publish those scores. So you will be pressured sort of, by just bad publicity and maybe good publicity as well, looking at those kind of red and green figures. And remind me, the last question was?
Yeah, like language and
yes. So
support for other routers other than
right now we create all our documentation. We moved it to GitHub, so that allows also contributions to make it easier. And I think translation is one of those ways. We had a very good example from Brazil. NICBR, they took implementation guide and they translated this in Portuguese. So I think this community effort is very much welcome.
Yeah, we actually collaborated with NICBR and published. So there's a published paper on IEEE SNP, so I can also forward it.
Super. And to your last question, by the way, about this different vendors supported or implementation guide supported in different vendors. Now we have this vendor program, which now has 6 vendors. So we're thinking of sort of incorporating, if you look at the vendor program and look at their compliance reports, you will see snippets, which basically snippets that should be in the implementation guide. So there might be some way of including more.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have 1 minute left and we have some questions in the Q&A panel, so we will try to be quick about this.
Tons of text. So please, people, if you're in the room, don't write Q&As here, because then we have to read them.
Or send us novels.
Okay, Antoine Verschuren. I gave a presentation on benefits of network security and MANRS last week for a large RSP sales and CEO audience. The economic benefits are there. Implementing source address validation on your endpoints actually reduces the amount of garbage traffic on your network, thus increasing your capacity for legitimate traffic. This reduces cost for both your network and transit cost for your customers. Implementing RPKI is not only protecting against illegal activity, it also protects you from your own engineers or customers from making unintentional mistakes. Less errors means a more stable network, and your customer wants a more stable network. So MANRS has economic benefits. We just need to translate in the right words for sales and marketing to understand.
Is this person in the room?
Is this person in the room? No.
No. Well, reach us, please. I think, yeah, appreciate, and we fully agree that there is a benefit. We just need to make it more sort of explicit and reach high assurance that those controls are implemented.
I think the answer is yes.
Yes. Then there is a second question from the same person. I signed up for the MANRS Plus working group some weeks ago. I haven't heard anything since. What's the status of setting up this working group?
Well, then things fell between the cracks apparently, because there was first working group meeting already. The working group is formed, and we're moving along. So again, please reach out to us. I mean, if maybe you can give us the contact, we'll get back to you and make sure you're part of this working group.
Okay, and we have a last one, Andrew Campling. Surely MANRS involvement will only provide reputational value if it's known and understood by other stakeholder groups. Otherwise, it simply gives bragging rights between peers.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Otherwise, it simply gives bragging rights between peers.
Well, that's exactly the point of MANRS Plus, to make this mark more visible and understood.
Okay, and with that...
now it's Job between you and your coffee break. Be quick.
You butchered the name a little bit. It is Antoine Verschuur from Liberty Global. That should be a good pointer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a quick announcement from the Code of Conduct Task Force. In this coffee break, they have a drop-in session in the room Nikola Tesla C for everyone who is interested to join them, work with them, and get to know more about them. So if you're interested in be part of the task force, just join them there. Otherwise, enjoy your coffee break, and we will see you back at 4.
And rate the presentations.
And yes, rate the presentations.
Ajde, proba. Opa, dobro. Ajde da vidimo da li radi ovo. Sada radi.
Oh, okay. Take this. Hello, I'm Dmitry Kakhmanuk, and I'll be moderating the session together with Massimiliano Stucchi, and we are expecting panelists from Belgrade Internet Revolution, and I guess they're about to come here and tell us about the good old days and the challenges they faced. Okay, let's maybe wait a couple more minutes till everybody is back in from their coffee break. It looks like we have a quarter of people here. Is that?
Odlično, odlično, odlično.
No, I won't. I'll get on the stage.
Yeah, but we need at least one mic for moderators, I guess.
No, I will be the moderator. So I will just keep on using this. And,
I think
this
is it working?
Yeah, it's working. So fine.
Estimate people will have no questions. If you see they have no questions, then you can always go back to your panelists and let them, for example, say the final word, or you can do this yourself, right? My point is that if you feel like you want to use your
this. Whenever we want. Yeah, I think.
But now you stand up. But where are your co-panelists? How many?
They're sitting over there, Vesna.
So invite them maybe.
Well, they could sit. Yeah. Okay.
Or would you like them to sit better if they sit? I think it's more natural if they sit. Do they have enough chairs?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Let me say. Okay, so dear panelists, Slobodan Markovic from UDP Serbia is here already, and you all are welcome to accompany him on this beautiful stage, and you'll get even free transcription. All right. So I'll leave it to Slobodan and you to say what you want to say.
So can we start the session? I guess that we can, right? Can we start? Okay, great. Let me see if this works first. Yes, it does. Hello, RIPE community, and welcome to Belgrade. Today in Serbia, we are a country of a free internet, and this is the assessment of the Freedom House's report on internet freedom for the last year. But this freedom was hard won, and we don't take it for granted. I'm honored to be able to tell you about how the internet came to Serbia a quarter century ago, and how it played an important role in massive demonstrations that erupted that year. I'm also short on time, so I'm not going to dwell too much on any of the slides. I invite you to go to the RIPE meeting website and download the presentation. Click through it. I left some links, and do it on your own pace. So let's get into the story. In May 1992, the UN Security Council imposed sanctions on the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. That's the Federation of Serbia and Montenegro, de facto led by Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic, for actively supporting the escalation of conflict in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Here you can see an excerpt of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 757, as well as the PTT building in Sarajevo, which was burned on the first day of Bosnian War. These comprehensive sanctions banned academic cooperation and provision of commercial services, including the internet services. So only PTT traffic was exempt from these sanctions, and this included costly and slow X25 exchange. This is a screenshot of an email sent by a university in Linz, Austria, on June 3rd, 1992, informing the colleagues at Belgrade University of the decision to remove Yugoslavia from the European Academic Network, ERN. Since 1992, Serbia's academic network has grown in terms of TCP/IP hosts and connections, but it really lacked proper internet connectivity, as did the rest of the country. This ASCII map from 1994 depicts the topology of the nascent academic network in Serbia and some other systems, such as the Zamir or 4-piece BBS network. You can see the major internet hosts, as well as gateways to the IBM, SNA, and DECnet networks, each with their own proprietary communication protocols and naming schemes. Remember, the internet was not the only game in town at that time. The map also shows severed connections with the European Academic Network and the Slovenian DECnet network. It's barely visible, but when you download the presentation, you will see it better. There was only one tiny window for smuggling of email through X25-based Yugoslav packet switching network called UPAC. This exchange was made possible by the Serbian academic diaspora in the West and efforts of the academic community here in Belgrade. The story is, of course, more complicated. I don't have time to go too much into it, but just want to show you this message from April 1993, which illustrates how email for the entire country was routed through a single server at the California State University in LA, then exchanged using UCP over X25, and finally distributed locally to IBM SNA, DECnet, and internet hosts. Let me zoom this one for you. Wow, look at that amazing email routing wormhole. People actually use these addresses and they worked for a few years, but later Academic Network switched to split DNS system, which helped in preparing for a smoother transition once the sanctions were lifted and regular internet access was restored. Sanctions were eventually lifted at the end of 1995, following the signing of the Dayton Peace Agreement, which brought the Bosnian War to an end. Around the same time, the independent radio B92 established a 28K lease line with Dutch ISP Access for All. And on the Belgrade side, a computer classroom known as OpenNet was established in the American corner of the Belgrade Youth Center. Vesna Manojlovic, the hub's young system admin at the time, became known in the RIPE community. Unfortunately, she's not featured in the pictures. You can see here Marija Mitrovic, system administrator above, and Dražen Pantic, head of OpenNet, and Nebojša Vasiljevic, another system admin below. Dražen, the guy in black, was later honored as EFF's internet pioneer, together with John Postel, for Dražen's work on OpenNet. Less than 2 months later, on the Belgrade University Day, February 27, 1996, the academic network was connected to the internet using a tiny 64K VSAT link provided by Beltelnet ISP and Tide Networks in Norway. In the coming months, this link was upgraded to 128K and I think a year later to 0.5 megabit. While OpenNet only connected one classroom to the internet, this link provided full access to the entire academic network with thousands of hosts and users. So this is why this date is most often quoted as the day the internet came to Serbia, even though it was still not generally available to a wider public on a commercial basis. In the summer and the fall of 1996, the first ISPs appeared. Those were EUNet Yugoslavia and Beltel. EUNet started with a 2 megabit digital link, fiber optic, the first of such international link in Serbia, while Beltel used the previously mentioned VSAT link. Half of the Beltel's capacity was assigned to the academic network, 128K, and the rest was available for commercial use. Internet was sold by the hour at the time, and it cost around 55 Deutschmarks, if someone remembers that currency, for 20 hours. It was really expensive because the average salary in Serbia around that time was around 200 Deutschmarks. Access to the internet at that time was via modems and dial-up. The operating system was mostly Windows 95, although I used Linux and X Windows. And of course, Netscape Navigator ruled the web. It was 3 years after the NCSA's web server and Mosaic web browser were released, and a year after the image tag was added to the HTML standard. So do you remember this? Loading screen? Dial-up and that lovely handshake sound? And of course, our surfboard, Netscape Navigator, which had buttons for what's new and what's cool on the internet. And this, the icon that still evokes memories of slow web page downloads over dial-up. So by November 1996, Serbian internet landscape looked like this. We had around 2,000 hosts, mostly on the academic network, and 200 .yu domains and less than 10,000 internet users. We actually had 3,000 commercial ISP users and 5,000 users on the academic network, but this number does not include people who exchange some services with the internet, such as the BBS's exchanging email and news groups. So only a few months after the internet's big debut in Serbia, on November 17, the second round of municipal elections were held, and the pro-democratic opposition won in all major cities, including Belgrade, Niš, Novi Sad, and Kragujevac. Milosevic's regime refused to accept these results, and the first civil protest sparked in Niš on November 19. The following day, massive protests erupted all over Serbia. This is the photo in the background showing the Belgrade rally on November 29, 1996. The students' protest began on November 22nd, and it lasted for almost 4 months until March 19, 1997, when all students' protests demands were met, and those were the recognition of the municipal elections and resignation of the chancellor and student vice chancellor of Belgrade University, who refused to support students' demands. The story of the internet revolution in Serbia begins on November 26th, when it was the 4th day of the protest, when the account Protest 96 was created on Galeb, student server on the Belgrade School of Electrical Engineering. Galeb in English means seagull, and it was a favorite brand of the admin's, or favorite chocolate brand of the administrator. So that was our web address we used, no fancy domain names. Nenad Krajnovic, writer of the protest newsletter Resistor, recounts that Dragan Večerina, administrator of Galeb, which was also one of the very first Linux servers in Serbia, opened the account after receiving consent from Srbijanka Turević, professor and head of the ATF Computer Center. What's interesting is that Belgrade School of Electrical Engineering, where most of the events in this presentation took place, is only about 150 meters from where we stand now. The following day, on November 27, authorities shut down Radio B92, the most prominent independent radio station in Serbia. The official explanation given by the regime was that water had entered the coaxial cable connecting broadcasting equipment to the antenna, an episode that became infamous as the water in the coaxial cable incident. I kid you not. After the coaxial cable dried, the regime continued to actively jam Radio B92's frequencies. So a week later, on December 5th, Radio B92 began streaming its program via real audio using the link to Access for All. This was many people's first exposure to internet streaming, and it was the first time on the streets of Belgrade that you could hear that some news came from the internet. At the same time, students from other faculties began to create protest websites, and I was member of the team that created a protest website for the Faculty of Philosophy. These teams all communicated using the internet relay chat. MIRC client was popular at the time, and I'm sure that some of you remember how it looked like. We, of course, soon realized that duplicating these efforts doesn't make any sense. So around New Year, protest web teams from several faculties gathered on ATF to establish the Unified Students Protest Web Team. We even had ID cards. Here was mine, front and back, with a fitting "Students Against the Machine" tagline. The web team was located in the ATF basement room number 33, down the corridor of the famous Tech Students Club, or KST. The ATF Student Association kindly provided us with this room as well as with some of their computer equipment. This is about how it looked like. I guess it hasn't changed much to this day. And that gave us a great music in the evenings and direct access to all students' parties, which was really, really convenient. All those MTV hits nights with Nirvana, Soundgarden, and Foo Fighters songs. At the end of January, a brand new students' protest website on which I worked was unveiled. Fortunately, it has survived to the present day, taken to Europe.com and archive.org. The primary site's color was deep blue, the same color as the police cordons that prevented student walks. We called it cordon blue. And the text was the color of egg yolk, which were occasionally thrown at cups. Originally, the site had an indecent banner, but after some professors objected, I had to bend this finger in Photoshop. Interactivity on web pages was provided by Java applets. There was no CSS at the time. The first version of the standard was published in December 1996, and JavaScript was not very capable either. The first version was released earlier that year. So I recorded my whistle. This was my whistle, and incorporated it into a Java applet for the main menu, allowing visitors to make the noise and experience the mood of Belgrade. Because Java applets are unfortunately or fortunately not supported on the internet anymore, I attempted to reproduce this effect. In keeping with the times, I also converted the omnipresent Netscape download icon into a Democracy Now icon. And the site quickly gained prominence carrying important news and photos. It was featured in international news organizations such as CNN and BBC, and we also had the obligatory surfer counter in the footer. The counter is visible here in the screenshot, and the days of surfing the internet are unfortunately long gone. Let me show you some other photos on the website. This was support from Terry Gilliam, signed as 1/6 of the Monty Python Flying Circus. He faxed this statement in the drawing. The original caption for this photo was "The Big Blue, but without Jean-Marc Barr," a funny reference to the popular Luc Besson's movie. And this was a standoff with the police cordon in Kolarcheva Street. One night at the end of January 1997, police set up a permanent blockade on Kolarcheva Street in downtown Belgrade, preventing the students from walking. The police cordon was eventually removed after 7 freezing days and even colder nights. We considered streaming the standoff at the time, but couldn't find a computer with a webcam and a phone line close to the cordon. One evening in February, the state security agents rushed into our office and demanded that we take down the website. The guys on the shift complied by turning off their workstations. Of course, the website remained operational on the remote web server. The agents appeared satisfied and quickly left, confiscating some equipment. After the incident, we were assigned a student protest security detail, which stayed with us almost until the end of the protest. And we also expanded our mirroring efforts. On the right, you can see the list of our mirrors, and the one at Europe.com survived to this day, making this presentation possible. This incident revealed the incompetence of state security services at the time, but it was a formative event for me, because I saw firsthand how vulnerable the internet was to state censorship, and that it was only a matter of time before more significant censorship attempts occurred. A year after the protests, I launched the Internodium mailing list, which brought together Serbian and regional internet professionals committed to keeping the internet open. Following the pro-democratic changes in the year of 2000, I founded the Center for Internet Development, the first Serbian ICT policy think tank dedicated to advocating for open internet. Both Internodium mailing list and the Center for Internet Development no longer exist, but other organizations have carried on the work. Most notably Share Foundation from Belgrade. I urge you to look them up. They're really doing amazing work. Amidst the regime's tight control of the traditional media and persecution of independent media, internet remained the main source of information about mass demonstrations in Serbia, keeping the international media and the public focused on developments. In April 1997 issue of the Wired magazine, a reporter David Benaham wrote on the internet revolution in Belgrade, "These protests in Serbia are the first mature example of the internet playing a role in a popular uprising against the authoritarian regime. Just as Vietnam first showed the impact television could have on a war, this struggle is the first large-scale conflict where internet is playing a significant role." On the last day of the protest, we moved computer equipment to the ETF Computer Center and prepared a handover note to the ETF Student Association. All members of the students' protest web team had signed underneath, and those were Slobodan Markovic, Vladimir Tudosijevic, Mihailo Tasic, Dragana Kunčer, Miljan Mitrovic, and Ivan Mutovčić. And finally, I want to dedicate this presentation to Professor Srbijanka Turalic, who recently passed away, and to my late friend Dragan Večerina, who is also not with us anymore. He was the administrator of the Galeb Students' Computer. They were always on the side of free and open internet and helped us move forward. Thank you. So, yeah, questions from the audience. We can take a question or two.
Hello. So we have a question from Dimitri Serbulov. And it's based on the content of your presentation. In order to maintain stability in Europe, the authorities need to turn off the internet this winter. Then there's a continuation. Or is it enough to continue the policy of total censorship? After more than 25 years, were there any sense in these protests?
Can you repeat, please? I couldn't hear.
Okay.
Or let me read it.
Yes, you can have it read. The summary is, was there any sense in all these protests? Well, you can answer it.
I think that this is the question that we will actually discuss in our discussion that will take place right now for the remaining part of the debate. Let us hold this question for the panel. Another question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Daniel Karrenberg. I'm with the RIPE NCC, but old internet guy. My question, and it's also a question for the panel, is how would you see if similar events happened today? How would that play out? Because back then we were all under the radar. You said it yourself. Times were different, and I have great respect for the work that you did. But what's more relevant for us now is what would happen if this repeated itself in 2022?
Yeah,
and it's a question for the panel. I mean,
yeah,
you
of course.
can answer, but
I mean, I personally think that the struggle would be, the outcry would be much, louder, because this is now part of our everyday lives, and we, value it more. But let's start with the panel. I think that these are questions for the panel as well. I want to start with Professor Novica Milic. Novica Milic was actually the main protagonist of this article in Wired. So he's also a philosopher and a professor at the Faculty for Media and Communications. And I want to ask you, Novica, what do you think, quarter century later about all of this? What are your thoughts?
Should I press this?
No,
okay, you can hear me. Well, the Internet Revolution, that's the title that David Benahum's report. He was here with me for 5 or 6 days in Belgrade. I brought him from Berlin at the end of December of 1996, and the article was published in April, in the Wired, in April 97. And the title Internet Revolution is, in my opinion, a quarter century later, pretty wrong, rather wrong. First, it wasn't a revolution, it was a civic protest against Milosevic and against stolen elections at that time. And politically, it was not a revolution. Revolution is basically violent takeover of government. That's what our political revolutions are. We shouldn't call every protest a revolution. But we use that slogan, and David picked up from us for his title, The Internet Revolution, because the Internet was a new thing at that time. And it was, at that time, catchword useful for political advertising of our protests. And second, we used Internet a lot, as you heard, to disseminate our news about our protest. Internally in Serbia, there was, as I remember, 100 or maybe 200 net activists at the time, with a couple of thousands of net users. But in my opinion, the internet is a revolution. It was, it has been, it's still now a slow process of massive change of the world and of our lives. So it could be used as a political tool, of course, and it's being used even now. It can change the landscape of economy. of media, of culture, of politics. But in the same Dwight issue in April '97, you have an article written by John Katz. John Katz is an author of several books. He writes dogs, especially, and he wrote an article for that issue of Dwight, "The Birth of Digital Nation," or the Netizen. The Netizen. And that time, a quarter of a century before, we believed, as probably many of you believe still now, we believed in that the net would bring more freedom, more democracy, more transparency, etc., that we will become netizens of the world, but we didn't. We became subjects as users, or users as subjects, to prolong our consumers' life. So I'm quite skeptical about what has become of internet in the last, let's say, 15, 20 years, even not today, especially. I think that we are not more intelligent, we are less intelligent because of the ways that states and media and corporate organizations use the possibilities of net.
Vesna, you were a young activist at the time. Do you remember it? You brought your flag here with us. It's a really an amazing flag with a lot of images from that time, including the Access for All.
Yes, so your story from all of your slides is actually my story too, and it is illustrated with these T-shirts that I got. So you can see the logos and the T-shirt from the anti-war campaign, Centar za antiratnu akciju, where Zamir was located, the BBS system that was helping connecting people throughout the Bosnian wars, and the protest T-shirt with the fist, and then the rest of the Access for All and hackers organizations that were helping bring the freedom and the democracy and the open society and so on that we were all very idealistic about many years ago. But to answer Daniel's question a little bit and to make a connection back to the RIPE community and our topics of internet infrastructure, is that in this presentation you could see a mention of the sanctions that were including communication and the early internet. And they are here again because of the current wars. So today there will be a session which we call a BOF later after the plenary, talking about the engagement with those countries that are under sanctions. And tomorrow there will be another session, again talking about the sanctions and are they a good tool, what for, what could be used instead of them. So here we are 25 years ago, 25 years later, and we are still talking about the same thing. And so if you're interested in these topics, please go and talk to each other and find out better ways to regulate both the freedom of expression and the consequences for the people who are trying to stop the freedom of expression. And they're both claiming that they're using the internet for those goals.
You know, as Beckett said, fail again, fail better. So I guess it's a never-ending struggle. Hvala, you wanted to mention some of the. I mentioned briefly Zamir, and Zamir was a member of APC, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I live in Sarajevo, which is the way in which I got involved many years ago. And Zamir Net was one of the members of the APC, the Association for Progressive Communication, which was born 30 years ago as a group of ISP provider for what we call the majority world, the global south. Because if the citizens, the people, have no connection, no possibility to talk to one another and to send over what is happening to them, then what is the purpose? And you know, you look at the future with the eyes of the past and the present. And for me, going in back and forth in this, I think that the center is the why. Technology, you can look as a space, you can look as a tool, but it was, the why was in the social justice. People wanted change. People had political opinion. People stands, and people stand today. And what I can see, for example, in Sarajevo, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina didn't have continuity. How you built after destruction and disruption? Serbia, former Yugoslavia, they got the continuity, even in a very devastated world. Bosnia was not. And so we can talk about internet evolution or connection in the 2000s, when you have forums that make people coming together and coming together in squares, so in places where you cannot come together physically because you're under a siege, breaking the taboo of coming into the square to protest and claim. The occasion was in 2008, the death by stabbing of a young guy on the tram, Denis Brnjavac, and we went. There were more than 80,000 people on the street. It was a big taboo. If internet was not there, if forum was not there, we could not have done. Few years before, it was the first Idemo ka Skupštine, let's go in front of the parliament, was about electricity, higher costs, and people, youngsters, organized again through forum. So because the people could talk to the people. And so I feel that if we talk about infrastructure, I think it's important that infrastructure is analyzed as a social justice and who controlled infrastructure. Because the water can always wet the coxswain, no? Always. But the powers, have the powers changed in these 25 years? There are many revolutions, truly revolution. Just want to pledge one name. Not only Ukraine, because it's a war that it's destabilizing Europe region and the world, but there is Iran, there is Palestine. There are many revolutions happening. And I would say whose power are silencing this revolution? Because we know whose bodies, whose bloods are powering this revolution and the internet. I'll stop here now.
No, this is really interesting because in the past quarter century, we've seen really a lot of protests, revolutions, you know, different forms of civic expression from where internet played a significant role, you know, for instance, the Arab Spring, the protests in Hong Kong, the Yellow Vest protests in France, the uprising in the Maidan in Ukraine, the racial protest in the United States and the storming of Capitol. So I wonder, Novice, if you see any line connecting these events, or, you know, I mean, is it the fate of all of these that, you know, they just get forgotten and we don't learn anything from them, or that, you know, government just represses everything?
If you want my expertise as a professor of political theory and other things, there were three models, three big revolutions in history. That's English so-called glorious, bloodless, or it wasn't glorious so much, it was bloodless also. Then there was the American Revolution, creation of United States of America, War of Independence. There was a French Revolution in 1789. And these are models for other revolutions, including big Bolshevik October revolutions and others. I don't see this, all these uprisings in the last 10, 15, 20 years as revolutions. If they are revolutions, they didn't succeed. So I'm really skeptical, and I will repeat, the internet is a kind of slow, long-term revolution because it changes, radically changes humans. I'm asking the same question that I asked myself 40 years ago when I first started using computers, first on VAX. Remember, people, VAX. We had terminals and then VAX. Then, I don't know, first I bought was Schneider Joyce for writing, personal kind of computer. Then Macintosh SE, which still I love. I don't know why, etc., etc. Today, tablets, also phones. But the question is the same. What are these machines? What are these machines? That's philosophical questions for me. Because computers are, of course, machines for computing, crunching numbers. They are also logical machines, you know, Boolean logic or Turing, etc. They are communication tools, of course. They connect, transmit messages, etc. But they are also, these machines, as the French say, ordinateur, or Spaniards, they call them ordinadores. They are devices that put some order. They impose orders on the world, on people. And the very word machine is from Old Greek mechane, which has two meanings. Some outside force on stage, like Deus ex machina, it was in Greek theater, when the God standeth, intervenes. But they also meant the Greek mechane, capturing devices for capturing. And they're capturing now people, subjects. As I said, we believed at the beginning, and at the very beginning of computers, they were communicating tools. Even 40 years ago, the net started as ARPANET, etc., started parallelly with the development of computers themselves. And we believe that we become people in the world, a new digital nation, netizens, transparency, democracy, freedom, liberties, etc. No, we are users, very, very, very little netizens. I would like to feel as a netizen, but I'm a user like many of us. And that question, what are computers, still remains, because today we know that there is this artificial intelligence bound to computers, AI. I believe there is a process, inevitable process, that started, some kind of fusion between artificial intelligence, AI, and human intelligence, HI. And whether you know that dystopia from Matrix and other movies and books, that computers one day will switch off us humans. You know that concept of cyborg or cyborg, cybernetics plus organic stuff, our bodies. And this cyborg is often imagined as the intrusion of some hardware into the body. But there is an intrusion of software into our minds.
So this is the revolutionary change.
More important, that's revolution. And the software are patterns, algorithms. We're witnessing algorithmization of the world, algorithmization of life, something I call in my books bio algorithmization. And I think there is a danger, there is a possibility, of course, but there is a danger for us. No, computers will not switch us, but we will become machines.
I'll ask you for the final words about the future. I'm really curious what you're going to say. Vesna, how do you assess the situation over the past quarter century? Is there something that, you know, like...
I'd like to, on one hand, I agree that with the pessimistic view that what we have hoped these new technologies will bring didn't happen. On the other hand, if we wanted to make them into utilities, we succeeded. So, when I look at the younger generation of my children, they don't idealize the internet. They just use it. And what I am really inspired by is the new movement that are using internet for rebellion, specifically the Extinction Rebellion, that is building their own infrastructure for fighting for the climate justice. So this is where I see the future of technology enabling our survival on the planet, and the new generations are fighting for their own like natural environment rather than for the cyberspace to live in. And these are my kind of final words. I don't know how much time we have, but
so we don't want to escape into the cyberspace. We want to
no.
live here in the
we
in
want
the
to
world.
go back to the real world and to leave this world to our children, to leave it better. And this is actually connecting back to the one of the previous talks from Tobias, who was saying that the technology is not the goal in itself. The internet that we are building is for the people and for the planet.
Thank you. Hvala.
Okay, I practice discipline of hope. So just to have a disclaimer. And also I think it depends which dystopia or sci-fi we choose. I go for Octavia Butler and for Lilith Bruce, which says and start from the point that there is violence and that the society imposed violence. Octavia Butler was a black writer and she was standing from US. And in her dystopia, there is a cyborg. There is the moment in which arrives the aliens. So we become a synthesis, we the humans, we the planet and the aliens. And this is a process of violence. So I would say discipline of hope. And I think that there are many. We talk about the internet, but the communities I work with and I have the privilege to learn from, they do internets. They build community network. They build pieces of autonomous infrastructure. And we come back to the first conversation about care. Infrastructure, it's about software, hardware, and people, relationship among people, responsibility among people. And my feminist would say, what is the point of a revolution if you cannot dance? And we have many that are dancing. Again, look at the imaginary that the world that is resisting it's bringing, regardless of the violence. So I would say autonomous infrastructure can be built. Maybe we will not have one internet, we'll have many internets. Maybe to go from one to another, we will need to walk with our bodies to reach the other. But it's okay, because the planets need that we slow down. The planets ask us to build an infrastructure that do not build farms that extinguish water from the community or kill the people to have those we had the big protest in Serbia, which was successful. They wanted to stop digging and mining for all this, lithium. So I feel might not be a big revolution. We will have incident, but I will practice the discipline of hopes. And I believe that we have so many fights because there are so many injustices. And for me, the people that are less privileged than I, they will take the pace and I will work with them.
We have 10 more minutes for this until we get to the Q&A session. So I would like Novice to ask you if you had a crystal ball, what do you see in the future?
No, you don't have crystal ball, I have a computer, couple of computers actually. I don't know, I'm old man. I'm 67 and I think many old people are basically pessimistic. What to hope for? Hope for our children, but I don't know. We don't know what will happen with these machines, with the computing powers, with new quantum computers, etc., etc. We don't know. At present, I can look with the crystal ball. And what I see, I don't like very much. I must say, I'm honest here with you. I don't like it. That's turning so many people into cushionites, is that word? Users or subjects. The very word creativity, as you know, creative became a catchword for advertising, and advertising changed. One of our big heroes of all this computer era was of course Steve Jobs. Why? For two things. He worked to personalize computer. And he managed that. And I don't think now, today, that it was a good idea. It was inevitable. But many people exchange their persona, their private or their individual identity for patterns that they receive from the net, basically to mobile phones, and they choose what they are ordered in a way to choose. That's the first thing. Second thing, Steve Jobs did something that will have great impact today and will have impact tomorrow. As you know, marketing advertising was about the market. Market is a place where supply and demand meet. What you need, then advertising tells you what would be good for your needs. Steve Jobs puts that from your needs into deeper level of your wishes, your libido, if you want, your subconscious. Why do I want a new iPhone every year? I don't know, but I wish that. Of course, I don't buy that every year, but there are other phones, cheaper, quite good, that could be a good supply for my demand, for my needs. And that turned the whole advertising upside down. Today's computing world orders our wishes, which is very deep in us. So I remain a pessimist, if you allow me. Thank you.
And you say this as essentially a computer nerd.
Well, computer are not my profession. I'm a university professor. I'm author of some 20 books and sometimes journalist. But I'm using computers, I feel, all my life, or almost. And at the end, I see many more problems than benefits of computers. Of course, I beg to differ. Don't agree.
Okay. Thank you. Vesna?
I'd like to be next. I'd like to leave the last word for you. So for me, the Internet of the future will have to be environmentally sustainable. And it will have to incorporate the struggle for the digital rights and for the climate justice. To connect, in one of the workshops that I attended recently, we came up with 3 principles, because people can remember very few things, so 3 is kind of a good number. And that reminded me of my early days at the RIPE NCC and in the RIPE community, when we had these principles for the address space distribution, which were conservation, aggregation, registration. It was very simple. It was also very complex to find the balance between them, because they were like the opposing, so there was like dialectic between them. And the principles for the Internet of the future, in my opinion, are limitations, reparations, and solidarity. So reparations were already mentioned by Tobias. So we have benefited a lot. We in the global north have benefited a lot from the internet revolutions, and now it's time to pay back. It's time for us to contribute back to the people that we have exploited to build our internet. So we have to do the reparations for the people in the global south who are suffering from the consequences of our progress. For ourselves, we have to implement limitations. We have to stop aiming for the graphs that go up and to the right. We have to practice the degrowth, divestments, everything that starts with D, because the growth, unlimited growth that we are used to until now is not possible on the limited planet. And finally, To balance all of that, we need solidarity between ourselves and between those that are worse off than us. We have to recognize our privileges and help those that are marginalized, and learn from them, not in a sense of like, here we are helping you and this is a charitable act. No, we need to learn from those that are different from us, and this is like the spirit of mutual aid and solidarity. So these principles seem not very technical, but they do need to be translated into the technical principles of the internet if we are to keep and the internet and the planet for the future.
So, Hvala, what is the thought that you want to leave audience with?
A big thank you, because today when I arrived here, when I was asked, I was saying how I can explain to people that work on tech community, that talk about infrastructure, protocol, things that I understand vaguely, no? How I can talk this, and I have, it's about care. So at the end of the day, the infrastructure do not build by itself, you build it. And the you need to be as much more diverse than it is now. And we can have a personal responsibility as big as we can, and we can fall, make mistake and continue, but we can do it. So today I find words that I didn't know how and where to find, and I know that for me, that where care is foundational, now I can use the words of care to talk. I would not be heard by everyone, but at least today I got in a space that is not my, a word that is a hope. So take care, give care, that's my future. Small steps.
Thank you. Can I have a round of applause for this great panel? Okay, so on to Q&A.
Okay, got it. So we have a comment from the same person who asked the question earlier, Dimitri Serbulov, says, in the near future, we will see how national authorities in different countries will reintroduce various restrictions and try to control the internet. In this situation, RIPE should set itself the task of maintaining connectivity between countries. We need to decide what the internet is for, to make a revolution or to exchange information. And the main question is where freedom of speech ends and where it begins. Yeah. Any comments before I move to?
Novice, do you want to take a stab at this question?
Well, freedom of speech begins and ends with responsibility, I think, I believe. And as for the first part, which is that states will have more control over the net communications, it has already started. A lot of parts of the world are digital colonies, actually. So the informations are packed into some boxes and we receive them. We see very, very often, like now in this war in Ukraine, we see very often one side. We watch one side of this war. Doesn't matter which side, but we look. So in the time where we still believe that the internet is, full of many opinions, many infos, many kind of information. No, it's not that. I want to look at reality. I mean, I like hopes, dreams, etc., like everyone, but I'm tied to reality, and reality is something. Today's reality is something that I don't like.
Okay, thanks. We have another question from Monica Ermert from Heise Online. So when talking about sanctions, what was their effect 25 years ago, and what would those affected then recommend to those asking for or implementing sanctions today?
Vesna, would you like?
Yeah, well, I'm very opinionated about that.
We'll have a BOF session on that as well.
Yeah, there will be, so there will be two BOF sessions, one specifically about sanctions, but personally, as someone who has been affected by those sanctions, they do not work. They impact the innocent population more than they influence those in power, and people will always find ways to find loopholes in those sanctions, and the people who have more resources will be better off in any case. So the sanctions or the communication do not work, in my opinion, and in my experience from 25 years ago.
Yeah, fully agree.
Wait, because we have another question, and then I'll go to the microphone here. Do the panel agree, also from Andrew Campling, Policy is Complicated. Do the panel agree that the internet is not always a force for good? For example, the widespread dissemination of misinformation on various topics such as COVID, and to subvert democracy such as the US 2016 elections and Brexit referendum. Or the use of Telegram channels by supporters of the Russian invasion of Ukraine to spread government propaganda?
Many others, but just one thing to remind you. In 2008, Obama campaign, they used a lot of internet targeting of their voters, and Obama won. 8 years later, Trump used the same technology, and Trump won. So, internet on surface in its usage is agnostic in a way, like every tool. But you can use that this or that for Obama or for Trump also.
It's what we made of it. It's our mirror image. Yes.
I think it's a wrong or false post question. Each and every time I listen if internet is good or bad, it's a building good or bad. I want to know who have decided to build in a certain way, who was invited to define the questions. So if we don't go at the root, and you know what a root is, not only a route, no? So that's I learned a joke today. So I think that we really need to go at the root before saying, it's not about good and bad internet. Who talks? Who talks? Who make the decisions? The decision that we're making 25 years, the powers, the body that make the decision, their social class, the place where they stay are the same that are making the same decision. Maybe they decrease in number, but skin-wise, color-wise, race-wise, location in the world, didn't change that much. Personal experience and probably a lot of other people in the world.
Thank you. Questions from the floor?
Tobias, Fiebig, making these statements on behalf of myself. So I think I have to.
Or just pick up, yeah.
Yeah. Tobias Fiebig making these statements on behalf of myself. So looking at like what's currently happening in Iran and other places where there's censorship, and comparing to the situation 25 years ago, do you think that the introduction of these personalized computers, of more phones, more iPhones, more, in a sense, walled gardens, makes it harder to circumvent attempts at censorship? Because usually, as a network engineer, and I played like class competitions for this, how to get data out of lockdown networks. Usually there are a lot of ways you can do that. They simply don't come as an app for an iPhone. So what's your perspective? What would have changed with today's technology, with today's walled garden scenario back then, 25 years ago?
Do you want, Vesna?
2 words, free software. 2 more words, open source. So yes, of course, this is a problem, and we do have a solution, technical solution. Now we just have to make sure that those technical means are implemented for the purposes of interchange of information and escaping those walled gardens.
Daniel.
Hi, Daniel, Internet Geek. I liked the concept of care, the word. I liked the 3 points of Vesna. And maybe it would be a good way to finish the panel if you three, the philosopher, computer geek, the activist, and Vesna, I don't know how to characterize
just Vesna.
Community builder.
What advice would you give the people in the room to individually do good? What can we as network engineers, on the more practical level, not so much on the philosophical level or the ideological level, what should we do?
Can I answer that? I tell you a small episode from the 1990, I don't know, 3, I think, 1992. Somehow I got my hands on first Linux. And my friends made copies, we tried all that. And it was a time when we had here in Belgrade, in Serbia actually, only one BBS called Sesam provider, modeled on WELL, famous WELL. And we were afraid it was dial-up system and you should, dial through a phone, etc., etc. And we asked ourselves, what if regime switched off these computers, this Sesam? What shall we do? How we could communicate, exchange, everything. And then I found some Portuguese guy made whole Linux into 4 floppies. 4 floppies. It's today like 3 megabytes. I remember I downloaded that through all night. It was slow connection. I played with that and managed to squeeze basics of Linux for communication into 1 floppy. Then I found a guy here. Oh, he's one of the biggest hackers I met ever. And he managed to, it was at that time, it's Unix, of course, behind Linux. It's very difficult as an engineer, you probably know, very difficult. It was at time to change the protocols for TCP. And he managed that. So we had Linux on 1 floppy. We gave that, people made copies, and we were ready to reestablish our, not Sesam, not that BBS, but to reestablish our connections within an hour. And then we felt safe. And that's what you as engineers, the technical people, you can do. You can build things, I don't know, or rebuild things, or change things so that people could have that basic thing for hope. Basic thing for hope is resistance, possibility to resist oppression and repression.
To basically build tools to reclaim our revolution. Vesna, you wanted to say something?
We are out of time, but I want to invite you all to imagine yourself in a refugee camp and build technology for the refugees that we are and that we will be in the future.
We have time for just one last question.
So on the point of what we can do, so as I said, most of us know how to get packets where packets shouldn't be, according to some. So I think what we should do is make it ping.
And one more thing, within the RIPE, we can make a task force or a working group to deal with these subjects in the future.
Thank you, everyone. It's been really an honor to talk to you. And I would like another round of applause for our panel here today. Thank you.
So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. Just 2 things. Don't forget to rate the talks. And most important for this session, because this was a first for a RIPE meeting, having a panel like this one. So please let us know as program committee if you liked it or not. I've seen some positive comments on the chat on Meeteco. So let us know if you liked it. Let us know if this is something that you think should be repeated at the next RIPE meetings. Let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, we're good to go. Welcome. So welcome all. Welcome to the BCOP task force for this afternoon, late or early evening. BCOP task force agenda is actually one single theme, which is the manners. So after opening, we'll give the floor to Kevin and colleagues to present IDs. I want to ask questions to you. It's planned to be an interactive session. Just a reminder, the BCOP task force is something that people can discuss ideas, new ideas, pick your brain, get feedback, figure out if it's a good idea, and then good ideas should be brought to the working groups. And when the good idea is finished and worked out, and it's come back to the BCOP task force as a closure, I think. So it's especially in place for ideas, exchanging ideas, discussing things, and to spin out to the different working groups, and or maybe come back to the BCOP task force to give an update. So welcome all manners. Are there any other questions? We call this the agenda discussion bashing. I think then we can go. Excellent. Yeah, I will spin up the slides, Kevin. Kevin, you want a mic like this, or you want to stand? You stand here. All right. Excellent. Oh, yeah. So, sorry, I have to introduce my co-chair is of course Jan George. Thanks, John. I'm lost. Oh, there's my. So sorry for this inconvenience, but I'm looking for. There's my cursor. Right, there we go.
All right. So okay. So thanks very much, and thank you to the BCOP task force for giving us some time on the agenda. So this has a bit of a manners theme. If you were in the plenary session, my colleague Andrei gave a sort of much more of an overview about what manners was and what has it been doing. So whilst this has some manners focus, actually we wanted to raise awareness of a problem that we think has some maybe wider implications for the routing system on the internet. And is there any way that we can come up with some sort of solution to this? There are various ways we can approach this. Actually, this possibly would have been a better topic for the routing working group, but actually we're not entirely sure what the problem is, and we're not entirely sure what the solution is either. So before we take that to the routing working group, we really wanted to just get some raise attention and get some feedback here. So first topic of conversation. So it's the issue of Bogons, and specifically the definition of Bogons, how these appear on the internet, and how these affect MANRS conformance, because we've run into quite a few problems with this. But just so, I'm pretty sure most people in here should know what a Bogon is, but very, very brief history. So this is a term derived from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and it's a mispronunciation of a Bogon, who were, quote, not known to be very helpful, which is something that we're finding as well. And this first appeared in networking in 1983 as a synonym for being bogus. But one thing when we started looking into this, we found that actually there's no clear definition of a Bogon. We assumed someone had defined this in some RFC somewhere, but actually that's not actually the case, and there are different terms used in different ways, and this is actually part of the problem. These are officially described as reserved addresses by RIRs, but that can cover a multitude of things. So just to look at some different definitions, one is Team Cymru definition, which is simply a Bogon prefix is a route that should never appear on the internet routing table. Okay, simple. There's a Jeff Houston definition, which is slightly more evolved, again, but not particularly specific, but generally describes the the issue. There seems to be one definition in an RFC, and if there are other definitions in other RFCs, please let us know, because we've not been able to find them. But yeah, this has been defined in RF 3871, and actually it's a bit more comprehensive. We'd be reasonably happy with that definition, but we just decided to change it, partly for simplicity reasons. This definition was never supposed to get out onto the internet, but when I did a Google search, this was the first hit I got. So I don't know how this got out on the internet. It's just a draft discussion. So you might find this out there somewhere. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so what is the problem? So as I'm sure you're aware, BGP, which is used by the global internet routing system, is based entirely on unverified trust between networks. So there isn't any built-in validation that routing updates are legitimate. This essentially means that any network can announce any ASN or any IP prefix, and any network can claim to be another network. There are various checks and balances, and there are various registries that are in use that you can check these things against. But quite often routes are accepted by other routers, and this is where the problem comes. So we have MANRS, and if you were in Andrei's talk, he pretty much explained this. So this is an initiative, community initiative to try to eliminate most of the common threats in the global routing system, and it does this by bringing together various established industry best practices. The third thing that we're doing is actually try to measure the state of global routing security. For that, we use this tool called the MANRS Observatory, which you can go to. You can go to that URL and you can get some sort of general overview information. But specifically, the action we are concerned about is action 1, which is filtering. So this is about preventing the propagation of incorrect routing information. So really ensuring that you are making correct announcements onto the internet. So it's either from yourself, your resources, or the resources from your customers. So again, you saw this screen probably a little bit earlier. This is the sort of home page of the observatory. This is a dashboard. This is a snapshot of the state of routing security at the end of September 2022. One of the things we're measuring is Bogons. So you can see that highlighted up there, and it looks like there were 897 Bogon announcements on the internet in September of this year. So this is pretty up to date. Some of these things we're not counting multiple times. So in fact, probably more announcements than that, but that would be in terms of unique announcements. We can actually identify all of these Bogons. So this is, yeah, I couldn't get this all on the same screen, but we are identifying exactly which Bogons are announced by which AS, and we're announced, which ones are being propagated. So that would, in other words, be Bogons propagated by a customer of an ISP. So yeah, that just gives you some indication of what we're looking at here. Okay, so quick summary. Bogon is an IP address. It shouldn't be routed on the public internet. A fact based on our own measurements are that Bogon advertisements constitute around 50% of all observed route incidents. So you'll have route leaks, you'll have route hijacks, you'll have Bogon announcements. Those are the sort of three things. And around 50% of all of the observed route incidents we see, so things that shouldn't be announced on the internet, are Bogons. Now these are arguably not as bad as a route leak or a hijack because you're not, in theory, using someone else's resources. Whereas a hijack is, you're announcing someone else, that's a resource that someone else's, that's been assigned to somebody else. But these are still actually quite an annoying problem. So these should still be identified and filters. Okay, but you're probably thinking, yeah, okay, but we should be able to easily identify these. We know what the special purpose addresses are. The NRI publishes the delegated stats file every day, which is compiled from the registrations that are in the RIR databases. We then have Jeff Houston's CIDR report, which is generating lists of Bogons based on what we should know are addresses that shouldn't be announced. So in theory, yeah, okay, what is the problem here that we're looking at? Well, so actually this brings us to something what we call administrative Bogons, and this is the nub of the issue. So this is a term that we coined within the MANRS initiative just because we couldn't really think of anything better. If someone can come up with a better term, I'd be happy to use that. But this is a number resource that's legitimately signed to an operator, but which has been marked Bogon by an RIR for administrative reasons. So typically this would be a loss of contact or an unpaid bill. So these get marked temporarily as a Bogon for a short period, and usually they're then revert back to showing as an assigned resources. So literally it will come up in the database. If you look it up in RightStat or whatever, it will show as reserved. And therefore, when these lists of Bogons get generated, this flags up. Now, the problem is that RIRs don't distinguish between the different types of Bogons. These are not marked in any special way, these administrative Bogons. The other issue is the way that these number resources are marked Bogon differs from RIR to RIR. So actually, it's an unpublished policy. I think none of the RIRs actually publish their policy on this. And actually, there's not a common system. So what RN does is different to what the RIPE-NCC, to what the APNIC is doing. It all seems to be different. We do actually know what the APNIC policy is. We have been told it isn't published. We think we know what the RN policy is. But again, it's just something that we're not definitively certain about. Now, these administrative Bogons are constituting 80% of all the Bogons. So in other words, this means that 40% of all route incidents are down to this sort of temporary Bogon state. So this all shows up. it shows up against network operators. The network operators look like they're propagating stuff they shouldn't be propagating, but in fact, this is just a temporary state of affairs. And this is really causing very significant problems with measuring route incidents, and therefore whether they're performing good routing security practice. So this is what we are really trying to address. We're making a problem statement here that this is a problem for many things. Are there solutions for this? So this is a file, I think, from September, or a graph from September that shows, who is actually marking, who has the most number of resources marked as Bogon. You'll see Aalen is pretty much ahead. Obviously, Aalen is quite a large registry, but Aalen also has quite an aggressive policy on resources being marked Bogon as well. So other registries have a slightly more liberal policy on this, but that shows you really why Aalen is so high in terms of what they're marking as Bogon. So you find a lot of the problems that we encounter are from North American resources or North American networks. Okay, so how do we go about solving this problem? Because we really need to try to exclude these administrative Bogons from the routing conformance measurements. So what you see in the MANRS observatory, because really it's making the accurate measurements very difficult. But it's also reducing the assurances as well. So, can you be assured that this network is performing good routing security practice, or is it just they got caught advertising something that had been marked Bogon for a month or so? You could argue that it's legitimate to mark, it's an RIR policy. RIRs should have a right to mark whatever they want as being Bogon, and that's a perfectly legitimate argument, but we're just highlighting that this is a problem for measurement. But what it does actually do is it does make route origin validation and the dropping of invalid routes a bit more problematic, and this is particularly the case for large ISPs as well. And this is not just a technical issue. This is becoming, the lawyers are getting interested in this as well. We've certainly had some lawyerly engagements from some ISPs on this. So, we have to try to look at this problem and consider all the implications. So the optimal solution would be to get support from the RIRs to categorize Bogons. We, and when I say we as MANRS are not interested in actually why these number of resources are being marked Bogon. We just don't care. But we do want to know if a Bogon is in some sort of transitional, or a number of resources is in some transitional state. So it'd be really great if we could get some categorization around this, so we would be able to drop these temporary Bogons. And how we do that, we've discussed different solutions with a couple of the RIRs, but this needs a sort of, probably an NRO solution for this. And this would be really the best way to do it, because RIRs are the sort of definitive source of truth about the status of number resources. So we'd be very happy if we could encourage them to do this. Failing that, we have got some ideas about technical solutions, but the danger with that is it would probably generate some false positives and probably some false negatives as well. So ideally, we don't want to go down the separate technical solution route and reinvent the wheel here. So some best practice, to keep it on topic, some best practice questions. So should there be a standard way of marking a Bogon for routing security purposes? And in fact, should administrative Bogons actually be included in overall route incident statistics? So ideally, we just want to remove these from individual network conformance scores. We're happy enough to include them in sort of overall statistics, but it's the individual networks that we're really having problems with. How long should administrative Bogon stay as one before it becomes a full Bogon? Because again, that's another legitimate question to ask. And another perfectly legitimate question is, should these Bogons be marked as Bogon at all, which would require some policy changes. So all of these things, I think, are valid questions, but we're sort of interested to get some feedback from the community on this. So at this point, I don't know if we want to, where is Benno? Do we want to take some questions on this? I think it was Rüdiger was first.
Rüdiger Volk, retiree. Just for getting a clear understanding at what data you are looking here. Am I right to assume that you are taking the consolidated RIR delegated extended file for this?
Andrei, yes. Is nodding, yes.
My memory of how the definition and documentation for that data is that I don't think that was that clear. Before retiring, I actually used that data as can be seen in my remarks about failures in the data set at the Reykjavik summer 19 session. And my memory from operating on that data was that the status field in the lines can have a couple of values, and the set of values used by the various RIRs are not identical. And to me, it would seem like straightforward to check with the RIRs whether each of the RIRs can do a precise definition of what they are doing there. If that cannot be done, operating on that data is dubious, obviously. Further on, I'm a little bit confused by your discussion of administrative Bogons being for assignments that are legitimate and just marked in some way, which certainly did not occur to me when I was using the data. Well, okay, obviously with not clear semantics.
So it didn't occur to us either when we started this and we discovered this. You know, I was a little bit surprised that we hadn't noticed this. And in fact, we were wondering if there was a solution that we'd missed, but it seems not. I mean, it seems this is the way it is. So, yeah.
To me, it appears that at least for a very, very long time, the data set that you are using was prepared in a way that, well, okay, courtesy of the RIRs, it was collected and presented, and well, okay, not really that clearly defined in scope, and in particular, not with clear operational background definitions.
Yeah. Sorry, Job.
Job Snyders, speaking for myself. I have 2 points I want to ask a bit more questions about. I think 2 slides back, you mentioned that with ROV there are legal and technical complications. Maybe, yeah. Can you elaborate on what those technical issues are?
The technical issues or the legal issues? Or both?
Sorry?
The technical or the legal issues?
Both.
Okay, so with the technical issues, so you're essentially having routes that you shouldn't be routing on the internet. They're marked as Bogon, so you shouldn't be propagating those in the global routing table. But yet these are things, but ISPs can't don't dare to drop those because they know that they are legitimate customers that have simply been marked as Bogon for a short period of time. So that's the technical problem.
I am still confused. Route origin validation is performed based on RPKI data that follows assignments performed by RERs and LERs. So there are no ROAS covering Bogon space. Therefore, you can drop invalid routes because a route can only be invalid if a covering ROA exists, which only can exist if it's not a Bogon.
But the point is that these start off as legitimately assigned routes, which are then temporarily marked as Bogons. So they then become Bogon for a temporary period. So then what happens at that point? This is the problem we're up against. This is the problem we have.
I think under your definition of Bogon, there would not be a ROA, therefore the route cannot be invalid.
Sorry, do you want to, Rudiger?
As I remember, the data does not have a marker saying Bogon. So kind of the first question would be, well, okay, what is your exact technical definition of what you consider a Bogon or an administrative Bogon? Yes, unfortunately, we are not yet in a stage, I think, that every valid assignment is actually supported by certificates and ROAS.
More than 50% is.
Yeah, well, okay, but kind of the remaining 33% probably cannot be discarded really at the moment. I don't mind if you threaten to do that sometime. And if we move to a situation where we route only based on ROAS, which I would really like to see, but it's going to be a couple of years ahead, then Bogons of whatever kind would not be a matter anyway. Yeah, but as in the interim, kind of having a definition of what should not happen. And actually, the Bogons that I was using or looking for with the data was the AS Bogons, which you probably do not statistics on.
We do actually, but I didn't want to bring that into the conversation at that point. Yeah.
And Bogons there are actually quite easy to do. And they show up in quite large numbers. At least 3 years ago they did. But kind of, yes, the first thing I think really is not only to say, well, okay, we do not know what to do about Bogons if we haven't aligned the definition of what you consider Bogon operationally, and what is the way and the semantics of the people providing the data that you are using.
Right, and that is a lot of the problem, the definition. That there's different definitions, and not all the RIRs are agreeing, and not everyone on the internet is agreeing what this is. So this is part of the problem. But I'm coming with another question you had, legal, right? So again, we've had ISPs that have come and said that we want to do ROV, but we cannot drop routes on the basis of something with our customers on the basis that they've gone temporarily Bogon, because we'll be open to legal problems. So that's the issue there.
So maybe route origin validation has not directly anything to do with Bogons.
Not well. It's not directly, but there is it's linked to it.
All right, to my second point.
Okay.
when there were discussions in the APNIC region about the creation of a negative trust anchor to cover all space managed by APNIC, but not assigned by APNIC to their respective members. I did a little bit of research using the delegated latest file, and I created an intersection between what is assigned to APNIC, what is visible in the global routing tables, and what are essentially unused frequencies that people are writing, which could be a definition of a bogon. And at the time, much to my surprise, it was only about 200 routes in the routing table out of like 1 million. And I felt like, whoa, we are creating this nuclear reactor to squash a tiny, tiny problem. And even in the realm of network application security, nobody could demonstrate to me that these 200 routes were causing them such grievances that it would be justifiable to create this big machinery. And in earlier slides, you referenced that like 80% and then 40% of routing incidents somehow relate to bogons. And I am super curious where those numbers come from, because it absolutely does not match what my own research shows in this space. And because 40 and 80% sounds like really big numbers. Oh, there's a big problem. And I'm not sure that bogons are a problem at all.
Okay, I mean, that's a fair point. But I mean, you're 200, you're talking about legacy space here, right? So these are the ones that are not basically, these were registered before the RARs existed.
So those 200 could be that the member did not pay APNIC the yearly bill, and then there's a grace period, and at some point services are cut off, but they kept announcing it. So the route flips to not found from an origin validation perspective. That's one case. Another case could be that somebody just picked an unused number. But in both cases, it doesn't harm resource holders that use their legitimately assigned resources and created ROAS and exchange data with others. It's sort of like there's a little bit of noise in the machine, and ideally, yes, they should be paying the RAR a fee, but it's such a tiny fraction of the global routing system.
Okay, but APNIC, APNIC has quite a liberal policy on marking things bogon, so you would probably see less of an issue there than you would do in AREN region, which is more aggressive. So I would say that you would need to look on a region by region basis, because I would say 90% of the problems are probably in the AREN region or with AREN resources. So you've got to look at that.
I looked at other regions, and it's really super low numbers. And I think this also goes back to IP4 being virtually depleted. So there's not a lot of unused space. Everybody is using the resources and holding on to them because they represent a financial asset. So again, I'm not sure. I think bogons exist. The definition is super murky, especially because for like the last 25 years, people have been adding to the definition of bogons. But ultimately, I think if there is a bogon, it represents space that the RAR can assign to somebody. The moment they assign it, that's somebody that received what is perceived in the routing table as a bogon as their resource. They can create a ROA that nukes the bogonous announcement off the map, and it's done. So I value investigation into this space, and I do think that for instance, in conformance reporting, it is interesting to note how much unassigned space are you actually routing. But I'm a bit hesitant to encourage spending significant resources, such as encouraging everybody to reject bogons, because by solving that tiny problem, you can introduce major issues. An example, a super unfortunate incident at RIPE NCC, I think about 2 years ago, there was a discrepancy between the RPKI subsystem and the registry subsystem. And for some reason, a number of like 2,000 resources were temporarily marked as without a contract or unassigned or something like that. So all those resources moved from RPKI valid to RPKI not found, which meant that they kept being reachable, even though they in those hours did not enjoy the protections of RPKI, but at least they were online. And in mechanisms where such an incident happens and you move those 2,000 resources under contract in good standing to say a block list of sorts, and those 2,000 resources would have made unreachable because of this administrative error, it would have been a much bigger issue. So big that it might have destroyed confidence in the RPKI system.
We know of one significant issue for sure where that happened. But what I would say here is, we're not so much talking about the sort of the legacy or the ones where there's no contract or the contract has been lost. This is something where that they are legitimate resources assigned to a legitimate ISP by an RAR, and they've just been marked in this temporary status for whatever reason. So that's the biggest problem that we're dealing with. I would say the legacy is a minor issue compared to this, but it is an issue, but it's probably not the biggest issue, but there's a couple in the queue. I'm happy to chat to you about this afterwards or later in the week.
Tobias Fiebig, speaking for myself, and scream me down if I'm bringing up this at the wrong point. But when we consider what shouldn't be routed on the internet, we also have the IXP prefixes, which I think the general consensus on at the moment is you don't put prefixes belonging to peering lands into the GRT. And we still have some inconsistency in our community on that, because if I look at BCP 1904, so RFC 7454, that actually says that you are kind of obligated to announce the peering land to your downstreams, and that ideally the IXP should be the one announcing the peering land. So we already do have some inconsistency in like our own policies, and I think that also aligns with your point of well, let's maybe not build more complexity, but first clean up after ourselves.
Can I respond? Peering lands are a very interesting phenomena, because there are some IXPs, such as the Amsterdam Internet Exchange, that say, do not redistribute our peering land prefix, especially do not redistribute any more specifics of the peering land. And to communicate that to the world, they created a ROA, where the maximum length is equal to the prefix length, and this hampers propagation in a very efficient way. But there's, for instance, the Irish Internet Exchange, INEX, who do propagate the peering land prefix because it provides a sort of a poor man's out-of-band solution in some scenarios. And I think already today, Internet exchanges are equipped to make a choice. Do I want the thing to be propagated? If yes, what would be the origin of AS? Or if no, then create a ROA with AS0 as the origin. So the tooling is already there. And I don't think there's anything for ISPs to do in this space other than to encourage IXPs that have a peering LAN, create a ROA to tell the world what you want, and that's it. And I don't think that like an additional list of these are the peering LAN prefixes and we must filter them out so and so, or not filter them out, is useful, because you might stomp on the intentions of the Internet Exchange at hand. So especially in the case of peering LAN prefixes, sometimes we redistribute them, sometimes we don't, but IXPs can tell us what they want.
That wasn't my point, which you addressed. My point was that the RFC makes, in some sense, a semi-authoritative statement, being a BCP, saying like you have to, or you should, I think. And I believe that should then be reverted to reflect the options that are present, right?
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I think we've had sort of now pretty much more questions than answers, which is kind of what I expected. So this will need probably some more discussion. I'm sort of wondering the best way we could do that, but we are running a little bit out of time.
So what do you want to do with this? Would you like to start writing a document, start putting together something, or you need to have more discussion, more information from the community?
Well, I mean, I think we need to sort of, I think it's clear that the problem is not completely understood, and I think the definitions are not clear. I think that's the message I've got. We need to better define this. So I'm quite happy to move in that direction.
Okay.
I will have a chat with you and Benno as to how we proceed with that.
Whatever comes out of this, when it becomes the current operational practice, then we can document it.
Okay, right,
we have 13 minutes left,
so,
no, maybe more.
So I will
20.
I'll hand over now to my colleague. By the way, I just wanted to mention that we have a MANRS community meeting tomorrow. It's actually at lunchtime. You don't have to miss lunch. We'll probably start 10 minutes after that, so you can grab something. And we're sort of planning to discuss this a bit more there. Andrei already mentioned the steering committee election, so I won't go into that. Okay, Andrei, do you want to discuss MANRS Plus?
So, hi, my name is Andrei. So I mentioned in my presentation at the plenary this MANRS Plus, this idea to create a quality mark with high assurance. And this is, well, that probably not really BCOP, but it's a great setting with sort of good audience to get some feedback and maybe more suggestions on that. Oh yeah, apologies. No, I'll stay still. Well, first of all, just a few words about why MANRS Plus. So far, MANRS as an initiative, it grew well, sort of raising awareness and creating certain reputational value for its participants, but we see limitations. So if we want to ask more from the participants, there is a certain level of resistance, and I think this resistance is proportional to the value that MANRS brings to people. So in a way, many networks, they think they do favor to MANRS by joining MANRS rather than other way around. Some of them happily put the MANRS logo on them, and some of them are very committed. So we see some of the participants that are really sort of going through, and not just at the entry to MANRS, but further on, they continue to improve and sort of maintain the level of commitment that they did at the start, but some of them do not. And you know that security is a process, it's not a state. So once being secure doesn't mean that you remain secure if you're not putting extra efforts into this. And MANRS doesn't have also recertification process. So basically at the moment we know that there are some members that are not conformant, but there is no real process to expel these members. We haven't done that yet. There is some community discussions, some ideas on exposing real scores of MANRS readiness publicly, but still it's not enough. So the point is we see some problem in or some need in creating a higher value, and we see the origin of this value in customer-provider relationship. So when a customer doesn't demand just certain security controls from their provider, but they just basically demand the certification with a particular mark. So then this certification becomes more attractive and important. And that's why we started this effort called MANRS Plus. which is another tier. Sort of you're a MANRS member, but you can excel and you can use this mark with high level of assurance to convince your business partners, be it peers or be it your enterprise customers, to choose you rather than your competitor. Right. Well, I basically said that. So that's the whole idea, and it came also. This idea came from the fact that we were approached by, in particular, we were approached by the Dutch government with a suggestion maybe we could put MANRS on their sort of list of recommended standards, and our feeling was, well, you can't put MANRS as a list of recommended standards. Well, not a standard, first of all, and second, we can't guarantee 100% of assurance that whoever is a MANRS participant really implement all the controls. As I mentioned in my presentation, our audit process is limited to, for instance, for filtering, to detect cases of non-compliance rather than compliance. So if you ejected a Bogon or hijacked a route, that means you don't have controls in place. But there are many networks that keep silent, never had an incident, still do not have controls. So MANRS as such is not strong enough to be used in such processes. MANRS Plus should be. Now, there are two things, and that's sort of, there was a call for the working group formation, MANRS Plus working group. The working group has been formed. It doesn't mean that it's closed. I mean, anyone can join this working group at any point. It's a mailing list, and while we're discussing other means of communicating, such as online meetings and shared documents, stuff like this. So if you're interested, please reach out to us, and we'll be happy to subscribe you. Welcome to this work and subscribe you to the mailing list. But so the working group has started. We just had half of our inaugural meeting because time zone span is too big. So we have two meetings, inaugural meetings, first meetings. But the work is split in two parts. Part one is actually developing the requirements for MANRS Plus, and that's what I call development process, development part. And the second part is actually implementation, how you implement this, how you put all the certification processes in place, and that's for later, right? This part is already heavy enough. So our particular focus is on enterprise customers, right? Although it can be peering partners and other business partners that you encounter. One of the things that we sort of faced is that at the enterprise level, the level of awareness of this routing security problems or problems in this outer greater internet is very low. It's like if you talk to enterprise CSO, I mean, they're concerned with ransomware, they're concerned with APTs, they're concerned with other sort of, threats from the outside affecting them. When you talk about routing security, this kind of transitive risk, it's not really in their sort of purview. It should be, but it's not. So one of the challenges is to sort of raising this awareness so that they can articulate requirements more clearly. In other words, if you go to the enterprise and say, hey, what would you like for your connectivity provider from the terms of routing security or just connectivity security or traffic security, I think there will be very hard, very little feedback, useful feedback to act upon. Now, the second part is the audit thing. It's super difficult, and it should be both transparent. So a third party should say, well, I trust your audit. I trust your audit, and therefore I can trust this mark. And it should be thorough and credible, right? So as I said, for instance, take action one, filtering, and what we do, we look at the BGP and we say, hey, you hijack this address. Don't do this, that's bad, but that also means you're not MANRS compliant. You never hijacked anything, have no filters in place. Well, are you compliant? Are you compliant? You're not, but we can't detect this. So audit needs to be more intrusive in a way. One of the proof of concept we did is creating a tool that allows analysis of configuration files. It will analyze the configuration file and say, hey, we see that those necessary controls are in there, like you have ACLs, or you have URPF configured, or you have, let's say, you know, ROV implemented, and we see this. So it's also difficult, right? We may be considering some interviews or surveys, sort of half self-declaration, half some measurements, but that's a very difficult area. And what we're also thinking is it should be incremental approach. So maybe not create sort of the whole program and launch it, but start with small pieces. Like, let's focus on filtering only, and let's see how far can we go there. And the next thing, the implementation, which is also very heavy lift, because here we have a chicken and egg problem, right? If we create this quality mark, then unless business partners or potential business partners start demanding this, well, there is little value, right? But they will not demand something that doesn't exist. And it will only exist when network operators actually bear or being certified. Now, again, for a service provider being certified, they need customers that are willing to accept. So here we already at the development phase looking for potential partners. So bringing this in the working group is very important, that they work together and they sort of have this implicit commitment that they will work with this quality mark once it's launched, once it's being developed. Yeah, that's the chart of the working group. And again, if you are interested, it's online. I don't have the URL here, but I can share with you. Anyway, reach out to us if you are interested, have some experience, and have some suggestions on how we can tackle this thing. I think it's interesting and could be quite exciting, and we can create something that can further our efforts in routing security. Thanks. It's, as I said, it's not BCOP, but if there are any discussion or questions right now, or sort of feedback, glad to hear that.
Hello, Andrei. My name is Alexander Azimov, Yandex, and I'm a bit confused because as far as I know, certification process and measurement process normally are not very much connected. And let's say I'm a network that was certified by MANRS Plus. And one day I have a young engineer that makes a mistake and, for example, advertised a Bogon route, and you detect it. Will you remove my certification? And for how long I will be in your shame list?
So that's a very important question, and I think what is here is that, well, first of all, it needs recertification, right? So let's say annually you will be recertified, right? Secondly, I think we will not say you're certified or not certified. I think you to a certain extent there will be maybe a score attached to your level of certification, right? More importantly is that since you ejected this Bogon, then you don't have enough processes in place, right, and controls in place that disallow that. That's what distinguishes between network that allows fat fingers and not, right? So, and MANRS Plus should be able to detect this difference.
I'm not sure that you will be able to really study the processes in huge companies, even if they are doing mistakes. I'm not sure if they will be willing to share their internal processes for any kind of certification, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
Rüdiger, still retired. Well, seeing the MANRS Plus placed in the BCOP time slot, I had hoped for getting at least some hints of what in your improved profile, in your improved future profile, what technical advice and suggestions you would be including. That's kind of a discrepancy in expectation that has led me to be very, well, okay, dubious about MANRS from the very start. I recognize the way of first doing the marketing considerations is the modern way of doing business. But kind of improving the routing situation, routing security situation, actually needs some technical food. Not quite sure whether joining the working group will be a disgusting experience for me with that mindset. Or whether there is actually a chance for pushing routing security forward. One observation that I made recently, looking a little bit at history and at various committees doing papers on suggestions for routing security, made me discover that because I think of the marketing considerations, we need to do something that is acceptable and attractive for the largest community possible. Typically has led, and that's not only MANRS, has led to recommendations that essentially document the state from last year and not gives the direction to the state of next or 5 years ahead. And if we want to have improvement, I think we actually need to look ahead. There are things that we can know and do today that will help in a year or in 5 years. But we have to tell it people, even if some of them may not find the idea attractive to invest in stuff and consider it, but rather do something that looks easy. Yes, they know a couple of friends that have done it last year already.
Thank you, Rudiger. I think I lost you somewhere. I get your point and frustration that this is not exactly the BCOP thing. I have to assure you that MANRS Plus is technical. So it's about controls and maybe more controls that will bring more improvement. Well, I didn't bring those controls in because they're non-existent. I think the baseline, we're starting from MANRS, right, and see what controls can be improved. And they should go hand in hand what we can measure at the same time, right? Establishing control that cannot be audited or measured, it doesn't make much sense. It will be just self-declaration. But yeah, from that part, it will be technical. Okay, then Max?
Yes, I'll be brief. I only have one slide, so don't worry, because I know I'm standing between you and the reception. I spent some time last week taking the documentation from the, well, whatever the MANRS project produced that was outward facing. And I consolidated it into just one repository, converted everything to Markdown, and it's an open repository on GitHub now that you can check. There are versions, exports in PDFs and PDF and HTML. And you're please encouraged to send us pull requests if you want to improve the documentation. Just for the record, Job promised already a couple of pull requests, so no. But I just wanted to show you this because this is about documenting best current operational practices. And so please go ahead and have a look. It's not perfect. There are mistakes. Help us figure them out. So thank you very much. And I think this was the end of the presentation. So that was quick.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are perfectly in time. No, we are 1 minute over. Okay. This is it for this time. Paul, would you like to see any of this stuff being discussed in the routing working group?
We're limited on time. Where's your? He left.
Okay.
Yeah. We're limited on time.
Next time. Okay, cool. That's it.
Always interested.